help me get to that goal, I would really appreciate your sub today. Remember to leave a like and comment on the video as well. Let's check out today's video.
My wife is pregnant.
Okay.
She believes that our baby is a miracle child
Why?
because I'm infertile. But this baby defies all human logic.
So she's cheated.
I'm 32 years old. My wife is 33.
Okay.
And
She's
when we
young.
first met, she had a strong stance against having kids. She said she
I
doesn't
know it's a
want
joke. It's
kids.
just a video.
It's going to ruin our lifestyle. She wants to be able to travel, just get up and do what she wants. She wants us to be able to enjoy life, so she doesn't want kids. I can't have any kids.
Guys, before we go on, this looks like, when you spend a lot of time on TikTok, you kind of gain a bit of knowledge on how TikTok works. So he sounds like he's reading a story, or maybe probably made up the story. There's certain TikTokers who they just tell stories. It could be real. I'll check the comments after the video, but I've watched a couple of these type of videos before, and by the time I check the comments, people are like, oh, it's a storytelling channel and blah blah blah. So, but I could be wrong. Let's continue.
I had an injury in high school, a football injury to the groin, and it left me not able to have kids. Many doctors have confirmed, they have did many tests, and it was definitive that I can't have kids.
Okay.
So since she didn't want kids and I couldn't have any,
That's to have been a very bad injury.
Told her about my injury, right?
Oh, okay. Why?
Well, a couple of weeks ago, talking to my wife, she's hiding something, she don't want to talk. And I'm like, baby, what's going on? And she said, well, I know how we talked about us both not wanting kids. But
I'm pregnant.
I am 8 weeks pregnant.
Uh-oh.
I was shocked because I'm thinking, wait, how can you be pregnant? I can't even have kids. I am in shock. And she says, baby, 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 baby. Because she sees I'm shocked. I know we didn't want to have kids, but now that I'm pregnant, I just have this urge to want to be a mother.
Okay.
Kid's going to have your...
But she didn't want to have kids.
Kid's going to be smart like me. They're going to be able to play so many sports.
It might be the mother instinct that got triggered.
And I'm just wrapping my head around the fact that, how are you pregnant? You had to cheat.
Or maybe...
Pregnant. I can't get you pregnant.
Maybe he got her pregnant. Maybe it's a miracle. Let's see.
I'm trying to play it cool, right?
It's
I
possible.
don't want to accuse her of anything, right? You're pregnant. I don't want to give you any unadded stress. So I tell her, I say, maybe we should consider our options.
What do you mean by that?
She really wants to have this baby.
What he meant was, okay.
Instilled in her a new feeling of motherhood. She wants to have the kid. I contemplate, and I tell her, I listen to her, I tell her, hey, listen, I had an accident in high school that left me unable to have kids. I had an injury to the groin, and I cannot have any children.
Okay.
I told her. She didn't believe me. She wanted to see the medical records. I showed her the medical records.
Oh, okay. He's got medical records as well.
This can't be correct.
So then she's cheated.
Fertility test.
She's cheated.
Both of us will take one because doctors can be wrong. This has to be wrong because I'm pregnant. So let's go do a test. Let's go do a test together.
Oh, it's good to do it again. Okay.
I didn't say anything. Whatever. I go through with it because I already know. How the test is gonna come back. It's been like that for years.
I actually don't know how this is gonna go.
I had a bunch of tests done already, but fine. Right.
Is it gonna be that he's
let's do it
fertile all of a sudden, or she's cheated?
Test comes back. I have 0.
Oh, 0. Okay, she cheated.
I am unable to have kids the natural way.
Yep, she's cheated
on him. If I have
him.
kids, it has to be through some operations. I can't do it the normal way. Doctor lets my wife know that. Doctor tells me.
That's crazy. So she's cheated, and she's trying to hide it.
Saying how human science can't, solve everything. You're wrong. You mixed the test up. Because I haven't cheated on my husband in 4 years of marriage. You're wrong. That isn't right. We need another specialist. You are dumb.
Oh,
Call the
you're
doctor
dumb?
incompetent.
You're dumb? Really?
Fine.
Oh, she's probably
Spiraling
desperate
out.
now because now the truth is coming out.
We leave. We leave. We get home. She locks herself in the bathroom. She locks herself in the bathroom. She's crying. She stays in there for 2 hours. She comes out of the bathroom. I'm like, okay, well, here it is. She's finally ready to be honest. She finally ready to tell me
To admit she
what
cheated.
happened, how she got pregnant, all of that. She's ready to face the facts. She's ready to talk.
Is she?
Turns out she was in the bathroom for 2 hours looking at TikToks, looking
Oh,
at
no.
YouTube video, looking at testimonies of people saying how their babies were miracle, how it defied all logic, and they got pregnant. She's telling me that the doctors
Is wrong.
this is a miracle.
I want to know. I want to know how this ends now. I really want to know how this ends.
Something that we can't understand, given to us from up above. That she is pregnant by miracle. I just sit there and I look at her. And I say,
Miracles do happen, guys, but
that religious.
I want to know
She
what
tells
happens.
me that I have no faith.
Oh, okay.
I have no
But she wasn't religious before.
She starts calling out her family members, telling them how we're having a miracle baby that defies all logic.
Okay.
They're calling me, congratulating me. And I don't even know how to feel. I don't even know what to sit there and even say to them. Because my wife is starting to believe her own lies. She's starting to believe the own story that she's making up. And the worst
So
part
she's
about it,
lying.
she's looking at me like I'm just some faithless, unbelieving husband.
Are you?
The next step is to get a DNA test.
Oh, there we go.
And once that's done, guess I have an update.
What?
My wife is pregnant.
Wait, that's it? Guys, I'm going to have to find part 2. But chances are I'm right. And this is just a fake story. Chances are I'm right. All right, guys. What do you think? Do you think that it's a miracle baby? Or do you think she's cheating? I can't find the part 2. It is what it is. I think I'm right, and it's one of them stories. The creator just reads out a story that they find online, or probably make it up. I don't know, but yeah, it is what it is. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Is it possible for someone to be infertile and still have a baby? As a Christian, this is something we have seen happen. They are very, very rare, but your doctor would confirm it. Or maybe they do the DNA and it turns out it is this kid. Who knows? But it is possible. We believe anything is possible. But also, don't let people just sway you with miracle or all those kind of things. You still have your common sense. You know what I mean? God didn't say you should lose all common sense. So don't let people deceive you, essentially. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. On your way out, please hit that subscribe button if you enjoyed my video. Appreciate you guys watching my video. Leave a like, leave a comment. I'll see you on the next one.
I had to walk out of church today over comments about Charlie Kirk. I'm on the verge of tears sitting in this parking lot.
Yeah.
Because I'm having such a complex with my faith.
Why?
Because I genuinely don't understand how Christians are pushing this man as though hate didn't come out of his mouth and heart on a consistent basis.
Right.
And I'm genuinely sitting here like, if this is the God that we serve, if this is the reflection of the God we serve,
Really?
do I want to be a part of it?
Whoa.
I'm truly having a conflict with my faith because the leaders that we're supposed to be following
Seriously?
are guiding us in this way to feel empathy and sympathy, and like that this person was this great Christian, and that the message that his wife gave
She's actually
was,
crying.
it started off with like praising God. And I'm
Okay.
like, did we miss the chapter of hate that
Which chapter?
he endorsed, encouraged,
Oh,
and
okay.
pushed?
I thought she was
I
about to say a
don't
chapter in the
know
book,
where to go
in the
from
Bible.
here.
Oh, hey, what?
I don't.
This is a
To
new
spew
level of...
hate and hide yourself behind a Bible, to me, is not something I want to be a part of, and it's not the faith I want to be a part of. So what do I do?
It's not the faith you want
I
to be
got
a
up
part
out of
of?
church and walked out.
That's crazy.
And I'm at a battle within myself, sitting here as like, to what do I do?
Wow.
I don't want him to be a reflection of what I believe.
You don't
And what
own
do
the
you
faith.
do when your leaders and your pastor
I can't believe people are like
is
this.
saying that is the reflection? To me, I feel like I'm smart. I feel like I've worked hard to get where I get, and to
Okay.
push a man who thought that I didn't have the thinking capacity to get to where I am, that I stole a white person's spot. Like, to think that that's the okay thought, that me as a black person can't function in this world and be just as great as the next, that I...
What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. Guys, the topic of Charlie Kirk is still ongoing, and I don't really plan on doing a lot of videos on it, but a video has been going viral that caught my attention, and I thought it was worth us talking about it. Before I get into the video though, guys, remember to leave me a like, comment on the video, and subscribe to the channel. I'm really trying to get to that 1,000 subscriber mark by the end of this year, and I'd really appreciate your sub today. Without further ado, let's check out today's video.
I had to walk out of church today over comments about Charlie Kirk. I'm on the verge of tears sitting in this parking lot.
Okay.
Because I'm having such a complex with my faith.
Why?
Because I genuinely don't understand how Christians are pushing this man as though hate didn't come out of his mouth and heart on a consistent basis.
Right.
And I'm genuinely sitting here like, if this is the God that we serve, if this is the reflection of the God we serve,
Really?
do I want to be a part of it?
Whoa.
I'm truly having a conflict with my faith, because the leaders that we're supposed to be following
Seriously?
are guiding us in this way to feel empathy and sympathy, and like that this person was this great Christian, and that the message that his wife gave,
She's actually
was,
crying.
it started off with like praising God. And I'm
Okay.
like, did we miss the chapter of hate that
Which chapter?
he endorsed, encouraged,
Oh,
and
okay.
pushed?
I thought she was about to say a chapter in the book,
where to go
in the
from
Bible.
here.
Oh, hey, what?
I don't...
This is a
To
new
spew
level of...
hate and hide yourself behind a Bible, to me, is not something I want to be a part of, and it's not the faith I want to be a part of. So what do I do?
It's not the faith you want to be
I got
a
up
part
out of
of?
church and walked out.
That's crazy.
And I'm at a battle within myself, sitting here as like, to what do I do?
Wow.
I don't want him to be a reflection of what I believe.
You don't
And what
own the
do
faith.
when your leaders and your pastor
I can't believe people are like
is
this.
saying that is the reflection. To me, I feel like I'm smart. I feel like I've worked hard to get where I get, and to
Okay.
push a man who thought that I didn't have the thinking capacity to get to where I am, that I stole a white person's spot. Like, to think that that's the okay thought, that me as a black person can't function in this world and be just as great as the next, that I don't deserve where I am. Is that what God thinks of me? Is that what this faith thinks of me?
Wait, so now Charlie Kirk is God? I have a couple of things to say about this video, and some of you probably already know where I'm going with this, because just from hearing what she said, if you're a Christian, you can already see where she's gone wrong. But before I get to that, young people, I really want to talk to you guys. The Bible actually says, if it was possible, and this was basically the Bible hyping up how careful we need to be as Christians. It said that if it was possible, that the very elect, basically talking about Christians, would be deceived, if not for the grace of God himself. I didn't say anything about the Hulk Hogan death because there was no refuting the things that he said. Having said that, I didn't think that because he said these things that he deserved to die because of it. I never thought that, and I don't think even now this should be something that you think as a human being. I have seen so many people online call Charlie Kirk a racist and all sorts. Obviously, because he's passed away, his videos are going viral, and a lot of the videos are being recommended to me, and I've actually watched them. My stance in my previous video was that I don't agree with everything that he says, and I don't agree with everything a lot of the people that I watch say. Having said that, that doesn't mean that because they say what they say, that they deserve to be killed. That stance still remains the same. And the reason why I said that is that I actually gave room to the possibility that, just like Hulk Hogan, Charlie Kirk may have said some wicked things. But as I went down the rabbit hole of checking out his old videos that people were basically referencing, I watched the context and I was like, wait a minute. This is not what he's saying. I've watched at least 3 or 4 main videos that people use as reference to call this man racist. The one she is referencing is the DEI one, which I explained already. And regardless of what I may feel about it, I still understand how people who don't think about where he's coming from, if you have like a certain mindset, people just need to breathe a certain way and you're gonna pounce on them. I've been like that as well with the way I think about certain things. Like, this is how you can get people to hate a certain race, and this is how you can get someone to hate someone. You just put into their mind that this is the signs of somebody who's going to be like this. The person doesn't even need to outrightly come out and say the thing. They just need to breathe and you're going to pounce on them. But it's so baffling to me how easily people have been deceived, how people have believed this narrative without going to check it, without going to watch it, without going, this is a 60-second video. I wonder what the argument was prior to this comment. Wonder what they were talking about prior or after this comment. And when I watched the full context, I realized that, oh, okay, I see what he was saying and where he's coming from. I still understand why people can be offended. But personally, as a person myself, I get how he got to that argument. The glaring issue here, and the reason why I'm talking about this, is because this woman does not understand the Christian faith. There are 3 things wrong with what she said. 1, if this man is a representation of your faith, he is not a representation of your faith. Jesus Christ is. He is the one that we look up to. 2, the Bible talks about people who judge being careful, because the more you judge, the more you are going to be judged. And it talks about removing the big massive log in your eye first before judging someone or trying to take out the little prick, little tiny, like a prick that comes out of a wood, trying to take that out of somebody's eye when you got a big log in front of your eye. Like, she is missing the point when it comes to the Christian faith. From my perspective, what the church has said is absolutely correct. You may not agree, and here's the thing, this is where I will give her some leeway. You don't have to agree with the thing that has been said. And this is why Jesus Christ is the person that we look up to around our faith. We don't put any man on it. we're not supposed to put even the pastors on it. Yes, they're meant to be an example, but when they fail, and they will, sometimes they do fail, you still need to remember that even though this man did this thing, this pastor did this thing, my faith is dictated by Christ. So when somebody fails you, Christ is still there. When you don't agree with your pastor, Christ is still there. When you don't agree that the pastor says Charlie Kirk is a good person and we should pray for him, Christ is still there. And what's happening here is that her faith does not align with the Bible. Her faith does not align with the Christ that she says she served. The Bible talks about judging, talks about forgiveness. It talks about praying for your enemies. That is one of my favorite verses in the Bible because it's one of the most hardest to swallow, where it says, pray for your enemies and pray for and love those who despitefully use you. So people who are actually going out of their way to be evil against you, using you, trying to use you. It says, love them, pray for them, because that's what Jesus did. This person in her eyes is an enemy, right? And this is how she has portrayed Charlie Kirk. She should be praying for him. Even if in her mind she believes he's an evil, wicked man, she's meant to be praying for him rather than leaving her church because her church says he's a good man. And guys, this is happening all across the internet. There are Christians who are coming out and behaving like this lady, and the Christians who are basically saying, don't celebrate this. This is wickedness. This is wrong. The person who is wrong in this whole thing, the person who should be spoken about, is the person who pulled the trigger. The focus is this man that has said words, has never attacked anyone, has never pulled the trigger against anyone. Maybe the most he's done is gone to a gun range, which many Americans have done or are still doing, and shoot some target, but he's never pulled a gun on somebody, pulled a knife on someone. He's never taken a life. He's just spoken words. And everyone is saying this man deserves to die, but the gunman, the person who's actually pulled the trigger, it's like, that person's done a lesser crime than this man. It baffles me. So young Christians, my main thing here for you guys is be careful. There is a hive mind. There is a thing where the media or people can put out a narrative about something. And if you don't look into it, you can get bamboozled and you can join in or be added into the discourse or the war or the fight or the dispute around this thing without having the full context of what or why that thing happened. And it's been happening for me personally since 2014, 2016. And there's been so many narratives that have come out and people have said this is what happened. And I've gone to check them out myself and I've seen a completely different story. And the reason why I do that, guys, there were certain Christians in the Bible that the Bible actually says, be like these guys. They heard the Bible, they heard the word, and then they went home and opened the Bible. They went to open and research and check out if what this person has said is true. And the Bible says, be like these people. This is why I got this mindset. I've seen preachers preach something, and then I go and read it. I'm like, how the hell did you get there from here? Or I've gone to read it and literally they've told me a lie. Words that did not exist in the Bible came out of this person and it was not there. This is how I developed my critical thinking as I was younger. I used to go home and just read and just be like, okay, this is what this person said. This is the chapter that we're reading from, and then I'll just match it up. And this is how I got to know the Bible for myself. And this is what I do on the internet. If you send me something, or if I see something on the internet, or the world is in chaos, I will go and check it out. I put the previous video out without any knowledge of Charlie Kirk, apart from the little snippets of videos that I had seen in the past of his debates, which I actually liked, but I never got into his content. Since my last video, I've literally been flooded with his content and I have not found any of the stuff that have been highlighted as the thing that he did. I haven't. Maybe I'm missing something. If he thinks affirmative action is a detriment to certain things because he has to think about, you're doing this now rather than doing it the way it used to be. Is it being done properly, or are you lowering the standard? We've said that about many things in life. We have actually said that. But when it comes to this, it's controversial because it's a racial thing. Young Christians, as Christians, you're not meant to hate your fellow human being. You're not created to hate people. You can have feelings about people, but you can't judge them because you never know. That person tomorrow might change, might give their life to Christ, might become a new person. Your mind is meant to be like, this person is not portrayed as a good person, but I'm a Christian. I wasn't always a good person. So I'm going to extend that hand of love. While they're over there doing their thing, pray for them. They're your enemies, pray for them. And you never know, maybe tomorrow you can see them somewhere. Guys, do you know how many friends, how many testimonies I've seen online where people were just wicked and evil? They were bad in their younger days. They were womanizers. Just blink a couple years and they're like, I used to be this and now I am a Christian. I used to be this and now I've stopped doing those things. This is how life is. If you disagreed with those people at the time when they were doing the bad thing, do they deserve death at that point? Or should they receive grace so that one day they might change? I want to say it again. I enjoyed a lot of Charlie Kirk's debates. I thought they were really good. Even the ones that he never got to resolve, I thought he was respectful. Some of the debates, I didn't agree with his views on it, but I appreciated the debate. I don't agree with everything that I've seen about Charlie Kirk, but for the most part, I can never ever agree or join anyone who says he deserved death because he said something. I want to go a step further. That even if he did say conclusively the rhetoric that has been pushed in the media, even if he is a racist, even if he is someone who hated black people, even if he is someone who was a grifter, I still do not believe that he deserves to be killed, murdered, have a bullet to his neck, and die in front of his family and people. There is no one that can convince me otherwise. That is absolute nonsense in my view. We're not meant to wish death on people. We're not meant to celebrate the death of somebody. You're not supposed to do that. Before you even get to that level, you're not supposed to judge anyone. You're not supposed to wish evil on anyone. So nobody's gonna convince me at any point that this man deserves death and I should be happy because somebody who hates my skin tone just died. Let me know what you think in the comments below. What do you think of this lady? And guys, look, she's not the only one. This is just the video that's going viral, but there's lots of other videos of people who are basically saying they're leaving their church because the church is calling Charlie Kirk a Christian or that he was a good man. There's quite a lot of them on TikTok. You can look it up for yourself. I don't plan to make any more videos around this unless something significant happens. My channel is a relationship channel, and unless it relates to relationship, I'm not going to beat the horse any longer. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Remember to leave a like, comment, and sub. I appreciate you guys watching my video. I really do also appreciate your thoughts in the comments. Those who are for and those who are opposed to. I like to check what you guys are saying, so please do leave it in the comments below. I'll see you on the next video. To be honest, guys, I'm not surprised.
News, Charlie Kirk was in the neck. As of right now, I think his condition is unknown. And there are a lot of people that are like, no matter what side of politics you're on, you should never celebrate something bad happening to someone. I, on the other hand, do cheer when bad things happen to bad people. So on behalf of everybody else, I don't know if he's gonna make a recovery or not. I don't know what his condition is. It just happened as I'm filming this. I saw the video of it happening. I do not feel bad for him in the slightest, and I'm very, very much wondering what MAGA is going to react with. I wonder how they're going to make this about how black people shouldn't be allowed guns, or trans people. They're probably gonna blame a trans black person. I don't fucking. But we can all celebrate because something really awful happened to a really, really awful guy. And again, if you're one of those dipshit people that are like, no matter what happens, you should never wish death on some. I'm gonna cheer and dance and sing. Thank you very much.
Guys, you have to remember, and I know this one is very different. Guys, if you saw my previous video, I was really disturbed by the image that I saw. And I think it's still up on YouTube. I don't recommend it. It was so disturbing. Anyway, remember that Hulk Hogan just passed away, guys. And we had people saying the same thing. It's not the same, right? Hulk Hogan just passed away through natural means. He's old. And these were the same people that were saying the same stuff. He's evil, he whatever. So celebrate because he's dead. So now we have something which is a step further. This is someone who, I mean, I don't think Hulk Hogan has been violent to anyone, apart from obviously in the ring, which we all know is staged. The most they have on him is his words and behavior when he was in the business. And they celebrated that. So now we have something a step further where somebody is defending his views. This is his opinion. And essentially what we're being told by these type of videos is that he deserves to die for those views. And this is someone who's willing to like talk to you. Right? This is someone who's willing to have a discussion with you to say, this is what I think. Let me hear what you think, and then let's hash it out. And they think he deserves death. That's crazy.
Charlie Kirk got shot and killed. How do you feel?
Happy. Goodbye.
Wow. Did you see that Charlie Kirk just got shot and killed?
That's good.
Wow.
Ding dong, the witch is dead. To everyone saying that it was such a senseless, violent act. I want you to remind yourself that it was God's plan. I mean, really, it was actually his fault because, like, he should have been wearing, like, a bulletproof neck brace or something. Like, I cannot believe he walked out the house without.
He just flips out, though. You could have even said, thanks for booking me an Uber. I didn't have to do this for you or anything like that. And you're being hella ungrateful, you're being materialistic, or what, do you want a super comfy Uber or something? Do you want an Uber Lux? He starts going off on me.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. Guys, I really appreciate you guys watching my videos. Please remember to leave a like, comment, and sub. Help me get to that 1,000 sub by the end of this year. I'd really appreciate your sub today if you're new here. Without further ado, let's check out today's video.
Am I the asshole, or is he a red flag? I've just got back from a first date.
Tell us what happened.
And it was good for 99% of the time.
Okay.
It's the first time in years, and maybe the third time in my life that I've gone on a date with someone that I found quite attractive. And he acted like a gentleman from the get-go. He booked me an Uber to the restaurant. He booked us a table at the restaurant. He did everything that he's meant to do. Paid the bill, absolutely no problem. And of course I said thank you. And he's a fairly successful guy as well. So all ticks.
What went wrong?
We spoke about family. We spoke about our future aspirations.
What is she doing?
Or not. Well, he spoke
Well, is she going to be undressing the whole video?
After dinner, we went to Soho House.
Okay, come on, guys. What is this? And okay, do you know what? To be fair, I can see what she's doing because obviously she got the girls out and sure, but come on, really? Let's continue.
After a couple of drinks at Soho House, it was just a little bit too busy, and we were like, let's go. And he asked if I'd like to come back to his, and I said no. That's not my thing to sleep with someone on a first date. Plus, I've got my cat at home and I haven't fed him yet. And he's like, okay, cool. We jump in his car and he goes really quiet and it just feels a little bit awkward. And so I say,
oh, because you said no.
Are you like mad at me? And he starts coming up with other ideas like, oh, well, I could come back to his and then after an hour or two of drinking, he could book me an Uber back to my place. Bear in mind, we live on the opposite ends of London. I think about it.
Oh, this is the UK, okay.
He then proceeds to book an Uber to collect me from his car because he doesn't want to drive the 15-20 minutes out of his way and then have to turn around and drive home again. We've clarified money is no object for this man.
Basically, he's upset, right?
We put on a double yellow because he doesn't care about getting tickets. He's told me that he's very successful. We've shared a little kiss at this point before he got all weird with me. We've had a kiss. Okay. He lets me know that the Uber is across the street waiting for me, shows me the phone, and it's a Toyota Prius. And I make a joke. This is where I might have been the asshole. I say, oh, damn, you said fuck her. You must be mad at me. He just flips out, though. He flips out. He's like, oh, what the fuck? You could have even said, thanks for booking me an Uber. I didn't have to do this for you or anything like that. And you're being hella ungrateful, you're being materialistic, or what, do you want a super comfy Uber or something? Do you want an Uber Lux? He starts going off on me. It's like, oh my god.
So because of the joke, hold on. So I really don't understand what she's saying. So from what I've gotten so far, she made a joke about him getting an Uber for her and that it's a Prius. Am I right? And he's gotten upset because he thinks she is downplaying the car that he got her, right? I could be wrong, guys. Let me know in the comments below. But yeah, let's go.
I'm very grateful for the day. I've had a lovely time. And he's like, all right, fine, all right.
Oh, yeah, he switched.
And starts being really like dicky with me. I explained to him that the joke is facetious, saying that out of spite he's booked me a Prius because I won't go home with him and sleep with him, which, ladies, it's not the first time a man's been spiteful and done something.
I got it now.
He's still mad. He's like, well, that's a reflection of you then, isn't it? And I'm like, not really, but okay. He then goes, you know what? I should just cancel this Uber and make you get your own way home then. But I'm a nice guy, so you can still get your Uber home.
He's definitely switched.
And there's only so much apologizing I can do. So I jump out. I jump out the G-Wagon, I jump into the Prius, and I go home. And I don't even look back at him because, like, I was getting red flags. In the Uber, I was thinking, as a socially awkward woman, how long would it take for me to say the wrong thing to him or the wrong thing in front of a group of his friends for him to flip off?
Oh, she likes him.
Decide that he's not going to drive me home and going to leave me in the middle of the streets or something.
She likes him.
But, like, if I wasn't the perfect trophy wife or girlfriend, would he just f me over? And it's crazy because the whole date up until this point
was good.
Was great. It was just such a nice date. He was so hot. I was catching a vibe. We had so much in common. And then just last 2 minutes, just fucked it all up. And I'm like, was that me? Did I fuck something good up, or was it inevitable?
Okay, guys, this one's interesting because it's very hard to tell at what point things went sour. But I can say for a fact that the joke is not the first thing. As men, we're always watching and checking. And some people do it a little bit more hyper, and some people are a little bit more forgiving. I would not say that the joke was the first thing she's done. I think that she's been doing things along the day that's been noted down. And by the time she made the joke, all of it has kind of come together like, okay, yeah, this girl is whatever he thinks in his mind. For the lady, though, I would say that is a very good red flag. Because men, you can't respond like that to ladies. It doesn't matter what they do. Of course, I say this loosely because we have a new day of women who think they can just say whatever they want to the man and expect the man not to retaliate. But as long as the lady is not being rude, you need to control yourself. You can end the date in a respectful manner and just let it be at that. It could also be that they shared a kiss, which aroused the man and he wanted something more. And she's basically saying no. And this is what the casual dating game is, isn't it? So you could have a guy who treat you well, but his aim is, you know what, once you say no to him, the date is over because he's not getting what he came here for. So that could also be an issue as to why he switched. But if he's a nice guy and it's not that he's after the box, then it's that he's watched the date, he's kept things in, certain things you did or said he didn't like, and then by the time you made the joke about the Prius, he's like, yeah, this girl's not worth it, and he lost his cool. If it's that, I would still say he is the red flag, because that's not how to treat a lady, right? Even if she says no, that's not how to treat a lady. If it's the one where he's after the box, then you already know what the red flag is. If you're kissing a guy on a first date, then that kind of puts you in the same, you know, I don't know. For me, once you do certain things are expected, and kissing is quite arousing for men. It is. It is. And if the man is a 3 or 4, he's going to want the next level. You've seen it many times, I'm sure, lady. Once you say no to something to a guy who wants a certain thing, then he switches, which shows you what the red flag is. Young Christians, I don't think we should be kissing on the first date. I don't think we should be kissing until the priest says, you may now kiss the bride. That's how old school I am. You may now kiss the bride means you haven't been doing it before. Now you get the thing you want to do. You were not supposed to have been doing it before. In my opinion, that's my opinion. I know some Christians don't believe that, so they kiss while they're dating. It's just my opinion. I don't think that's how it was meant to be. You're not meant to share a kiss until you get married. That's just my opinion. But guys, what do you think happened? I do think she dodged the bullet, but also I think she should be mindful of her actions for next time. And this is the great delusion we're talking about, right? You know, women sometimes think a date is going well, but once you hear the man's side, and there's been so many videos on the internet about this, where the woman comes out and says, the date was amazing, the guy is amazing, da 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 da. And then the guy comes out and says, no, it wasn't. And, you know, she did this, she did this, she did this. And also vice versa. And I will say one more thing before I go, guys. She's heartbroken because she actually likes the guy, even though he's done something wrong. And for me, that's a red flag. And that should be like, oh, if this is how he's going to behave in a certain situation, it's only going to be more heightened in bigger situations. So for me, I'll personally tell her not to pursue him. But you can see from her face, and for the fact that she came on the internet, and for the way she's talking about it, that she actually likes this guy and she wants something more to happen, and she feels like she's ruined it, and she's trying to figure out whether or not she's the one who messed it up or not. Regardless of what might have happened on the day, I don't think he should have treated her that way. But you can tell she really likes him, and in spite of how he behaved, it looks like she would still give him a chance. And that for me is a red flag for a lady. And it's a thing that we always say about you ladies, right? It doesn't matter. All these rules that you guys put on dating doesn't matter. Once you like the guy, you're gonna put up with anything. That is the truth. Once a girl likes a guy, even if he's short, even if he's not well spoken, even if he don't have money, even if he's got 6 baby mamas, if the lady likes the guy, all the rules go out the window. But when they don't like you, they're gonna say you have to do this, you have to do this, you have to do this. And this is what I see in this lady. This man has treated her not well. I mean, I wouldn't say it's wicked. I wouldn't say it's the worst thing in the world, but he didn't treat her well. And she's still like, oh, was it me? Anyway, guys, let me know what you think in the comments below. What do you think? What do you think went wrong in this date? Am I right? The 2 options that I gave, do you think I'm right, or do you think something else happened? Do you think she dodged the bullet? I think she dodged the bullet, but she may not think so. She likes him. Do you agree with me or do you disagree? Let me know in the comments below. Remember to leave a like on your way out if you're new here. I'd really appreciate your sub today. I want to get to that 1,000 sub by the end of this year so I can become a YouTube partner, and I would really appreciate all your support, guys. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll see you on the next video. I think it's happening with the right-wing people in America. And again, like, guys, I believe in the balance. I believe both are necessary. I'm not saying I'm on their side. I believe there needs to be some balance. But yeah, it just feels as though the left people, they just feel comfortable to do and say things because they know the right wing are meant to, they know the right wings are meant to go by a certain standard. And once the right wing decide to retaliate, I think that's when the left will be like, gotcha. And I don't think that's fair. I really don't think that's fair. You can't keep poking the bear and then expect nothing to happen. And for me, it just feels like since 2020, there's just been so many slippery slopes that's just been happening. And people are not realizing that this is happening. We've always had people in the world who say things we don't agree with. We've always had people in the world. We've always had racists. We've always had people who, when I was growing up, there was no white people around. We had black people having racial issues with other black people, right? We had colorism. We had all sorts. These things always existed. I'm not saying they're right. I'm saying there've never been a reason to kill someone. It's never been a reason to hate someone to the point where you can speak online and say they deserve actual violence or death. And seeing this happening so comfortable, it's just, wow. That's crazy to me. I don't really know this guy as much. I've come across him a few times. I think the reason why this got me is not because I knew him or knew his content that well. I have seen him debate people, and some of the debates I've been like, that was quite good. Like, he debated really well. He managed to get people who had extreme views to understand how their views can lead to something else if applied on this side. And I thought those debates were really good. I do also know some of the controversial stuff he said, but I have seen the context of those controversial stuff. And I kind of get what he was trying to say, like the controversial stuff about the DEI stuff. I get what he was trying to say, which is that because of how the DEI stuff is being pushed to the public, you do have to wonder if this person is here because it was just let's fulfill the quota, or whether or not they went through the due process. So I can see how that can offend people. I can see it, but I can also see the logic behind that. So my point is that I don't know him that well. I don't know a lot of his content, but I did enjoy quite some of the debates he had with people, because I too was able to see, okay, I see where he's coming from. What he said was crazy, but I can see where he's coming from. And I think that's important, isn't it? It's important for you to listen to someone that you don't agree with and see where they're coming from, even if you don't agree with what they're saying. And this is important because you do have to also do this in relationships. You're not going to agree with everything your spouse says, but you need to be able to accept that this is what they are thinking and be able to move forward. That I don't agree with you, but I get where you're coming from. And this is so important. And for this specific type of dialogue to now be something that you should die for, I am so concerned. I'm concerned. I'm concerned for a lot of the YouTubers that I know of who are political. I'm concerned for them. Like people who are doing public speaking. I'm really concerned for these guys, because I know even if I don't agree with quite some of the things they say, don't think they deserve a sniper bullet in the neck. Anyway, guys, this is a lot. Like this one's really got me, guys. This one's really got me. And the reactions of people is just, wow.
At some point, you're gonna realize that it's always best to just be alone. Because I've been married for about 7 years. I really want girls to know, like, even if it's absolutely worth it, I don't think it is. Even if you found the most perfect man, it's not.
Really?
That's why so many men tell older women they're gonna die alone and be so sad. I'm sad with a great man.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. Guys, you know what to do. Hit that subscribe button, guys. Help me get to that 1,000 subscriber mark. I'm trying to get to that goal by the end of this year. And remember to leave a like on the video and leave a comment. Let's go.
It's just not worth it dealing with someone else
What's happening?
every single day of your life.
Why do you want to be
day.
married? Okay.
Every day you gotta deal with somebody. Is marriage even worth it?
Isn't it?
It's not.
Okay.
It's
Why?
not. At some point, you're gonna realize that it's always best to just be alone. Because I've been married for about 7 years. And
Oh,
I
she's
don't
married.
know if this is worth it. Like, and not saying that there's anything necessarily wrong. There's nothing wrong, and that's the point. Like, I don't even know
Okay.
why I'm upset. I'm just, like, not thinking that I made the right decision.
Why
like,
is there smoke?
And I am a good man. I do. And that's not the point.
It's not?
The point is, it's like, you really do lose yourself. You lose your sense of individuality.
Wait, but she has a good man.
You lose
I'm confused.
your sense of peace. And this could be even to a good man. Like, you're gonna lose something, and I don't think it's worth it.
What did you
Like,
lose?
I've always had a dream of, like, getting out of my hometown.
That's
like,
what she
city,
lost. That's what she
moving
lost.
on, like, moving forward. Like life is supposed to be experience. Like, we're supposed to be doing new things and traveling and all that. And I do. I do.
Wait, she died. I'm confused.
But at some point, like, I don't know if I want to continue doing this every single day of my life. Like, always.
Guys, I'm so confused by this video. I was trying to pinpoint what the issue was. So obviously he's a good man, so there's no cheating, DV or anything of that sort. But then she landed on the fact that she wants to travel, which is a thing. It is a thing. Like, women don't want, there's certain women, marriage is not for everyone. They don't want to be tied down. They want to be able to move, do whatever. Some of them become stars, actors, artists, blah, blah, blah. But then she's saying, yes, I do travel anyway. I'm still confused.
And with someone, always having to consider their feelings, always.
Okay.
It's always somebody else. You're never alone. Like.
Okay, this woman is not built for marriage.
You never can do that, and I don't know, like. And there's gonna be some bitches out there that say, like, oh no, you should no, like, be weird and not.
Oh, is she smoking? I'm confused.
A real-ass couple.
What is she doing?
But I really want girls to know, like, even if it's absolutely worth it, I don't think it is. Even if you found the most perfect man, it's not worth it.
What?
It's not. Like, it's always gonna be best to just like be alone.
What? Really?
That's why so many men tell older women they're gonna die alone and be so sad. I'm sad with a great man. Like, maybe it's just like not my personality. And like, I know girls are out there that like dying for like a relationship like mine.
Yeah.
Like, he takes care of me, but like, I'm sorry, like I can't even really barely deal with myself and my own emotions.
I'm so lost.
Imagine somebody.
What is she saying?
Know for such a short amount of time, because you're never gonna know that man like you think you do, and that's just not in a negative way. Like, I just don't think marriage is for me.
That's the answer.
I'm tired.
That's the answer.
And I don't know what else to do, because this is like imagine living a fairy tale and it's
you don't want it. That's the answer.
You imagine it. You're living your literal fairy tale, and it's not what you want. It's not what you want. Even if you think that you want it, even if it's exactly what you dreamed of, it's still just, I don't know.
This is so interesting. I'm enjoying these last few videos,
It's
guys.
just not worth it dealing with someone else.
Okay, guys, so this one is so good. So obviously, I like to talk about relationship on my channel, and I'm an advocate for young people getting together and basically sealing the deal early so that you can do life together and not miss the train, because there is a train for this. There is. Just because somebody gets to 40, 45 and gets married, that doesn't mean that was the time for it to happen. Yes, you will have anomalies. However, there is also a certain type of people that marriage is not for them. They are in the Bible too. There are people who are just meant to remain single. And I'm not talking about the eunuchs. I'm just saying single people are always going to exist. And there will be people who marriage is just not for them. And you need to know that early on. Guys, I did a video before about women having children. And I was of the camp at the time where I'm like, I just couldn't understand why a woman would not want to do the one thing that only they can do. I realized down the line that this is the power of choice. If you give a species of people the power to choose, it means that if there's two options, there will be some who will choose number one and some who will choose number two. You will never get everyone choosing number one, because that's the power of choice. So in essence, as much as I push marriage and I push relationships, I know for a fact that not everyone should get married. That is a fact. Not everyone should get married. There are people who have much more of a sense of self. We call them selfish, but there are people who just can't put others before them. The internet calls them narcissists right now, but there are people like that. It's a real thing. I know young people who are growing up in their homes, and their parents, they just look at the child and like, this boy is so selfish. He doesn't think about anybody else. He just thinks about himself. Like, we're trying to do something that will benefit everyone, and he's only thinking about himself. There is a natural thing where people just grow up selfish. This could be nurtured, in other words, as a result of the way they've been brought up. So sometimes you have an only child who gets everything to himself and as a result doesn't learn to share, and then he grows up with that mentality. It is a thing. It could be nurtured or it could be nature. I'm not sure. However, you do see that kind of scenario where an only child grows up and he's just selfish. The point I'm trying to make is that there are people who just can't live with people. There are people who just can't stand people. There are people who just don't like sharing. Those people are not built for marriage. And this lady fits that bill. She's like, he's always around. For me, if I hear that from your mouth, I'm gone. Like, but listen, if you're irritated by my presence, oh my God, I will not be tolerated. You will not tolerate me. I'm gonna bring my full self with all my energy, with all my noise. And if I see that you're tolerating me, I'm done. She sounds like she's tolerating her husband. That's crazy. But what I got confused at is the fact that she was mentioning negative. She doesn't want to be in a marriage, but he's a good man. I wanted to travel, but I am traveling. Like, it didn't make sense to me. So I believe that if I go to the comments right now, she's going to be roasted by men. But the feminist movement will be like, you know, this is what we're saying to you guys, marriage is overrated. So if you're still going to have a split internet anyway, young Christians, what I would say to you is that, yes, the church pushes marriage. We do, because family is important. I'm pushing marriage. I'm a big fan. But you need to know for yourself whether or not marriage is for you. This lady said she had a fairy tale in her mind. The fairy tales are nice. I love me some old-fashioned Disney, not the new one. I love me the Aladdin and the Little Mermaid and the love story. But remember that they are just fairy tales. And for you to know what marriage entails, I would advise you, if you're of that age, and for me, the age you should be finding out what marriage is, should be, I would say, from like 14 upwards for me, right? Because I was talking about marriage from 11 as a child. My wife was talking about marriage earlier than that. For example, now I have kids, and I think from the age of 9, 10, 11, like they were already curious about the dynamics of me and their mom's relationship. And they're already like looking forward to having what we have. Like, this is how life is. We have an example, they look at it and they're like, I want to be that. So it's not far-fetched for children to be thinking about marriage at such a young age. I would probably start talking to my kids, which I have, from probably 13, 14, like on a serious note, this is what marriage is about. So that you can dispel the fairy tale, because the fairy tale makes you think, it just makes you think in a certain way and it's not realistic. Once you get the information of what marriage is supposed to be, and I say supposed to be on purpose because I've done quite a few videos now where I talk about what women's role are in a marriage and what men's role are in a marriage. And specifically in the Bible, it talks about the woman being the helper. In other words, your life goes towards helping the man that you've chosen so that he can become great and then you benefit from his greatness. That's basically the formula. If you don't like that, if that doesn't sound good to you, marriage is not for you. If you don't think to yourself, I want to find a guy and I just want to look at him and just fall in love and just do whatever I can do to help him, marriage is not for you. Me and the kids were watching like One Piece, got into the part where Boa Hancock basically falls in love with Luffy, the Straw Hat, and she's head over heels for this guy. And I turned to my kids and I'm like, this is the kind of girl you need in your life. Such a level of love in her heart, like she wants to do anything to please him, to support him, to help him. And it's like, that's the kind of girl you want in your life. The point I'm trying to make is, if you don't think that looks cool, if you don't think that mindset, that view of love looks good, marriage is not for you. And then I would advise you not to go for it. Find something else to do. A lot of times you do have what we do call now the bus babes. The problem with the bus babe era is it's not meant to be for everyone. Just like what I'm saying right now, that marriage is not for everyone. The bus babe thing is not meant to be for everyone. But there is room for that as well. You might want to go do business. You might want to go travel around the world. You might want to become a star, become an actress. They travel a lot. They don't stay in one place. You might want to do all those things for yourself. And then at the end of your life, you can count your cards and be like, yes, I'm satisfied. Christian girls, check whether or not you are meant to be married. Check whether or not you want that. And I'm not talking about the Aladdin princess story. I'm talking about talk to people who are married. See what it sounds like. See what it looks like. Check out the sacrifices that you need to make. Check out the hardship. Check out the good times and the bad times. And then check for yourself, do I really want this? And if you want it, then go for it with your eyes fully open. If you don't want it, if you believe you want to be by yourself, if you don't want to be at the beck and call of somebody, for example, no matter what I'm doing and where I am, if my wife says I need you right now, I have to drop everything and come. It don't matter what I'm doing. I have to drop everything and come. I've had moments where I've been at work, something happened, let's go, we gotta go home. Anyway, guys, let me know what you guys think in the comments below. I just want to check out the comments real quick, see what people are saying about this lady. All right, so we got the first comment that said that this is why I want to get married, but I want to live in separate houses. I have done a video about that before where we had two older couples who said that they started off together and then over time they just split houses. We did find out though at the end that there was some unfaithfulness between the two of them, and this was kind of a way for the lady to protect herself, or I guess protect her heart. So it's not ideal. It's not like they're saying this is wax, because it didn't. We have another comment. They said even a good man can be draining. I don't need to read anymore. This is the climate that we are, and I can already tell that this is where all the ladies who are in her shoes will gather. And I stick by my opinion. marriage is not for everyone. Let me know what you think in the comments below, guys. What do you think of this lady's story? Do you agree with me that she basically got married knowing that it's not for her? Or do you think that she's actually just being a brat, being selfish, not having foresight, and she's gonna regret this? Maybe she might get divorced if her husband sees this. Whatever the case may be, let me know in the comments below. Remember to leave me a like, leave me a comment, and hit that subscribe button, guys. I appreciate you guys watching my video. Help me get to that 1,000 subscriber mark. See you on the next one.
28 female, made a joke with my husband, 29 male, and it's costing me my marriage with a man I truly love.
Oh my gosh. The titles of these things are so dramatic.
They're intense.
Wow.
It goes on to say, I need help fixing it.
Okay. We're here to help.
Let's see what we can do.
In my ability to save a stranger's marriage.
You got this. You've been a hostage negotiator.
Yes.
You have negotiated hostage releases.
Okay, let's hear it.
I think you can help.
What is this joke that is costing a marriage?
My husband and I have been married for 4 years now. I truly do love him with everything I have. I can't see a life without him.
Okay.
I took some stupid advice from some of my girlfriends regarding a joke that they have done with their husbands or boyfriend. The joke is basically telling your partner that you want to break up or that you want a divorce.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Whoa. Okay. First of all, these friends are terrible.
Of course they are.
I feel like that's like the thing you don't
never
say.
do that.
Like you don't
100%.
you never joke about it. You never threaten it.
Nope.
That's like completely off the table.
Never ever. Not even as a joke.
Never threaten the big D.
Oh my God. I don't like the friends. That's my first feeling.
Well, I never wanted to do it and thought it was cruel to do, especially to someone you love. But I was convinced
did it
after
anyway?
they kept pestering me about it, as I was the only one that hasn't done it yet out of the 5 of us. They further convinced me about it when they told me the reactions their partner had afterwards. Stupidly, I did it last week, and my husband's reaction wasn't what I thought it would be. I honestly thought that he would try and talk to me or beg or make suggestions like my friends' partners had done, but
So
he
laughed,
didn't.
basically.
We had dinner and we were watching a movie when I told him, I'm not happy anymore, and I think we should get a divorce.
She said, I'm not happy
He
anymore?
looked at me
That's
for
crazy.
a couple of seconds, and I swear, it looked like something broke in his eyes. He got up, walked to our bedroom, and within 10 minutes came out with a bag and walked out of the house without saying a word to me. I tried to stop him, especially after seeing him with his bag packed, and I told him it was just a joke and I didn't mean it. But he basically just brushed me off and walked out.
Damn.
I've tried to get a hold of him, messages, calls, emails, video chats, but he isn't answering me at all. I talked to his friends, but none of them want to tell me where he is, when, and if they even answer me. I went to his work, but they refused me entry into the building. I've tried his parents, but they don't want to get involved as well as with his siblings. The only messages I got back were from his sister, telling me, joke or not, I f***ed up. I've sent so many. I took some stupid advice from some of my girlfriends regarding a joke that they have done with their husbands or boyfriend. The joke is basically telling your partner that you want to break up or that you want a divorce.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Whoa. Okay.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. I appreciate you guys watching my video. Please remember to leave a like, leave a comment on your way out, and subscribe to the channel. Help me get to that 1,000 subscriber mark. I'd really appreciate your sub today because I'm trying to reach that 1,000 subscriber mark by the end of this year. So I'd really appreciate your sub. Remember to share the video. Let's check out today's video.
I, 28 female, made a joke with my husband, 29 male, and it's costing me my marriage with a man I truly love.
Oh my gosh. The titles of these things are so dramatic.
They're intense.
Wow.
It goes on to say, I need help fixing it.
Okay. We're here to help.
Let's see
so
what we can do.
confident in my ability to
You
save
got
a stranger's
this.
marriage.
You got this. You've been
Okay.
a hostage negotiator.
Yes.
You have negotiated hostage releases.
Not
Okay,
marriages.
let's hear it.
I think you can help.
What is this joke that is costing a marriage?
My husband and I have been married for 4 years now. I truly do love him with everything I have. I can't see a life without him.
Okay.
I took some stupid advice from some of my girlfriends regarding a joke that they have done with their husbands or boyfriend. The
Okay.
joke is basically telling your partner that you want to break up or that you want a divorce.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Whoa. Okay. First of all, these friends are terrible.
Of course they are.
I feel like that's like the thing you don't
You never
ever
ever do
say.
that.
Like you don't ever,
100%.
you never joke about it. You never threaten it.
Nope.
That's like completely off the table.
Never ever. Not even as a joke.
Never threaten the big D.
Oh my God. I don't like the friends. That's my first feeling.
Well, I never wanted to do it and thought it was cruel to do, especially to someone you love. But I was
you
convinced
did it
after they
anyway?
kept pestering me about it, as I was the only one that hasn't done it yet out of the 5 of us. They further convinced me about it when they told me the reactions their partner had afterwards. Stupidly, I did it last week, and my husband's reaction wasn't what I thought it would be. I honestly thought that he would try and talk to me or beg or make suggestions like my friends' partners had
Okay.
done, but
So
he
left,
didn't.
basically.
We had dinner and we were watching a movie when I told him, I'm not happy anymore, and I think we should get a
Oh,
divorce.
She said I'm not happy
He looked
anymore.
at me
That's
for a
crazy.
couple of seconds, and I swear, it looked like something broke in his eyes. He got up, walked to our bedroom, and within 10 minutes came out with a bag and walked out of the house without saying a word to me. I tried to stop him, especially after seeing him with his bag packed, and I told him it was just a joke and I didn't mean it. But he basically just brushed me off and walked out.
Damn.
I've tried to get a hold of him, messages, calls, emails, video chats, but he isn't answering me at all. I talked to his friends, but none of them want to tell me where he is, when, and if they even answer me. I went to his work, but they refused me entry into the building. I've tried his parents, but they don't want to get involved as well as with his siblings. The only messages I got back were from his sister, telling me, joke or not, I f***ed up. I've sent so many messages about it being a joke and even sent screenshots of my conversations with my girlfriends about the joke as a proof that it was a joke and that I'm not backtracking all of a sudden, but nothing. My friends didn't have any real advice.
The friends that made her do the joke didn't have good advice for her. What a shocker. Guys, I paused the video because I'm listening to this and I'm thinking, for him to not respond and just pack his things and go, this sounds like the thing that breaks the camel's back. That means they've been having issues. That's my opinion. That means something's not been right with their relationship for this to be his response. Look, never ever do that. Never ever threaten divorce. Like, don't do that. But I do think the length, not even the length, how short his reaction was to leaving means they've been having issues.
Friends didn't have any real advice and told me to just give him time and that he will get over it. Everything
He'll get
came down
over
on
it.
me yesterday when I was served with actual divorce papers.
There you go.
Oh my God.
There you go.
It felt like someone slapped me in the face and hit me and continued to hit me. I was and still am in so much pain. I frantically tried to get a hold of him, but all I got back was he has nothing to say and that I should talk to his lawyer.
Damn.
How can I get the
That's
man I love
crazy.
back? I don't want to lose him. I made a stupid joke. I know that now. And it's breaking my world apart.
For me, like I said before, it sounds like they've had problems. And secondly, I'm basically inclined to believe that this is not the first time her friends have gotten themselves involved in her marriage. This is not the first time she's listened to her friends to do certain things in the home. Whenever you're in a marriage, guys, you need to have some self-awareness about how you're treating your partner. Like, you might decide, and I know a lot of marriages, you might decide that this is how you want to run certain things in your home. Women, you're the ones who do this the most. Men tend to look for your approval in terms of, like, especially in the home. I'll give you an example. There's certain women who decide, I'm not going to cook fresh food every day. I'll cook once a week. Or you might decide I might do laundry on this day, or we're not going to eat a certain type of food, or we're all going on a vegetables only, whatever. You might decide certain things in the home, and sometimes husbands just go with it. For me, I would go with whatever my wife does in the home. One of the things that I put into place when we got married is that the home belongs to you. Like whatever happens in the home, it's going to be all you. Whatever decisions need to be made, so whether it's decor, whether it's the color of the walls, or who comes into our home, who we invite, like anything that has to do with the home, I give my wife the utmost respect around that. She might ask my opinion and I'll say this is what I think, but she calls the shot when it comes to the home. For me, I believe the home is like the woman's territory. It's supposed to be her joy. This is her place. This is what she's dreamt about. She's supposed to come into her husband's home, her Prince Charming's home, and just do whatever she wants, like a canvas, you know what I mean? But my point is, ladies, whenever you are doing that, and most men do give you this respect, you need to be mindful of how you come across, how you look to your husband, because most men don't say anything when it comes to the home. I've seen women go, I don't cook for my husband, you know, we just order, or I only cook once a week, or I don't like visitors in my home, or when visitors come into our home, they have to take off their shoes. And some of these things I've mentioned, you guys will probably be thinking, yeah, I do that as well. Sometimes your husbands are not okay with those things. Sometimes they're not. But because it's the home, they just go along with it. So you need to have some self-awareness as to the little things that you might be doing in the home where men just keep quiet. And I say all of this to say that this lady, this story, if it's true, the man didn't just walk out because that was the first time she's done something silly. He didn't just walk out because this was like the biggest red flag in the world that he will never tolerate. That's not how men work. It tends to be increments and little here, little things that happen. The woman doesn't listen to him. The woman doesn't give him respect. He doesn't have a say in the home. She does whatever she wants. It's little things here and there that builds up to this crescendo. And by the time he does something like this, you would think, oh, it's because she made a joke about divorce. Not really. There's more. It's like, this is the thing that I'm going to hang all of it on. It's the thing that breaks the camel's back. Like, I'm done. And it's so unfortunate because for me, in my opinion, she's allowed her friends into her marriage. That would be the number one thing I'm going to go with. That would be the thing that would probably be interfering with their home to the point where the husband gets to this point. Because for you to do this, this is not the first time you've adopted something from your friends, because she said her friends have marriages and they've been doing certain things in their home and their husbands were fine with it. So she's been taking advice from these guys and she's been implementing them in her home. That is my opinion. And how interesting is it that when her marriage now became in trouble, the same friends who got her in trouble had nothing to help her. They couldn't even help her at all. It's so weird. It's so weird. Anyway, guys, what do you think of this story? You know, is it real? Is it fake? I don't know. I can't tell if it's real or fake. It sounds quite realistic because I remember when I was young and married to my wife, that word, like not even divorce, because we weren't even divorced. We were in a relationship. And I made it a point to make her know that we don't do this whole, do this or I'll break up with you. Like, this is 1 year into the relationship. I was like, you will never ever say that. You never ever say that in this relationship, because this relationship is meant to be forever. I said that to her and she honored that. I think there was a time either me or her broke the rule. It was like once, and we've never ever broken it in our marriage. And it was during that early time where it might have even been me who did it. We broke it and then we had a talk and we were like, this thing must never repeat itself, and it never did again. So when it comes to men, that threatening to leave thing, you must never ever do that, because that's it. Loyalty is one of the most important things to us. Anyway, guys, let me know what you think in the comments below. I appreciate you guys watching my video. What are your thoughts on this video? What are your thoughts on my opinions on this video? What would you do in this situation? If you were the guy, would you go back once she explains that it was only a joke? And what about the, I guess, imaginary context that I've got, which is that this is not the thing they're struggling with. This is just a culmination of everything, and that they've probably been having problems beforehand. Given that context, would you still go back after the apology. Let me know what you think in the comments below. Guys, I appreciate you watching my video. Please remember to hit that subscribe button on your way out. I'd really appreciate your sub today. If you're new here, I'm trying to get to that 1,000 subscriber mark by the end of this year. So I'd appreciate your sub today. Remember to leave a like on the video if you enjoyed it. Leave a comment, let me know what you think, and share the video. See you on the next one, guys.
He's a Christian, he has money, but he's not attractive.
Actually, you know what? I don't want to be mad at my man. I can't be mad at my man and then I'm seeing you, you're not fine again. It's my anger.
That's rude.
God have mercy upon us.
That's very rude.
He's a Christian, but he believes in zodiac signs.
Oh, okay. Not all of them left for that one.
He's a Christian, but he can't dress.
Yeah.
What? And these are Christian
He's
girls.
a Christian, he has money, but he's 5'5".
Oh my God.
He's a Christian, but you don't know where his source of income comes from.
I mean, I really don't mind. I don't know.
He's a scammer.
He's a scammer and they're still there.
He's a Christian with a receding hairline.
Does he have beard?
Yes.
Okay, that one makes sense. You could just go.
He's a Christian, but he's a mommy's boy.
Yeah, that's a red flag. She stayed.
Who did this beat for me? Who did this beat go for me?
He's a Christian, but his dad's a pastor.
What?
He's a Christian, but he can't cook.
Oh? Oh? Really?
We can work with that. We can work with that.
That's crazy.
He's a Christian, but he aspires to be a rapper.
Only 1, 2, 3. Everybody else stayed. Oh, okay, another one left.
He's a Christian, but he wants to be a pastor when he's older.
Everybody left. Yep, we don't want any of that smoke.
He's a Christian, but he's a prayer warrior. Midnight prayer.
Are they being serious right now? Okay, so these are meant to be Christian girls, and what it makes me think of is there's something similar online where women are given the same choice, but it's not in a Christian manner, and it would be the height versus the money. They did the whole, he's a drug dealer, would you stay? And all the women were saying yes, they would stay because he's hustling. Like, this is not a new thing. What more surprises me though is the fact that these are Christian girls, and the statement starts off with he's a Christian, right? And they seem, at least multiple of them, seem to turn away from the important part of Christianity that were mentioned there. Like, for example, he's a Christian, but he prays in the midnight hour. Like, that's an important aspect of Christianity. Praying without season, I would think that that would be something that you'd be like, oh yeah, he's praying for our future. There's a saying that a man who's led by God it's said that he will be a great leader to his family, or
go on.
I can do it on your wedding day and your birthday.
Okay, well, we'll see.
Okay. I've been in situations where he's been with you in a social setting. He'll call me after.
This is the biggest scandal that Sadia Khan doesn't want you to know about her. She preaches on her page and on her content that she's a high-value woman.
So off the top of my head, guys, we've had Derek Jackson, who was a relationship coach, who turned out to be a fraud, married and was cheating. We've had Fresh and Fit, who are basically single young men sleeping around and telling people that they can do the same, turned out to be frauds as well. We also had Kevin Samuels. Obviously, he's passed on now, so I don't really like speaking ill of the dead. But there were things that came out about him that would not be things that you would want to, I guess, follow if you were a Christian. And now on the internet, a lady called Sadia Khan is getting absolutely destroyed because whatever she portrayed to the internet is not who she is. What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. Guys, I appreciate you guys watching my video. Thank you so much. Please remember to hit that subscribe button. I'm trying to get to that 1,000 subscriber mark by the end of the year, so I'd really appreciate your sub today. Remember to like, leave a comment if you enjoyed the video, and share the video with your friends. So guys, on the internet today, there's a lady that I have seen, because I'm in the relationship sphere anyway. I watch all the relationship stuff that's going on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube. It's impossible for you not to have seen this lady. So she's been quite prominent in the relationship area, and she has said some really good things. But guys, as you know from my channel, if you've been following me for a while, I'm not a fan of single people telling people how to get married. I'm not a fan of that, which is one of the reasons why I don't like Fresh and Fit, because not only are they single, they've never held a marriage. So what are you talking about? You know what I mean? Another one is Andrew Tate. He's another one who talks about relationship. He talks about other things. He talks about men being men, which is one of the reasons why he garnered such a following. But he also talks about the relationship side. But then, you know, he got exposed as well as somebody who is basically a pimp. That's the best way to put it. And one of the things that disturbs me the most about these people online is not just the fact that they're single and they're given dating and marriage advice, having not held a marriage before, the fact that young Christians are listening to them. Essentially, the things that they say have crept into the church. And as a result, I can see how some of the mindset in the dating scene infect the church, especially young people who are trying to get married, start to think in a certain way. I'm not trying to say, guys, that I am the best person to come to for relationship advice or marriage advice. No, neither am I trying to say that I am a perfect person.
Go on. I can do it on your wedding day and your birthday.
Okay, well, we'll see.
Okay. I've been in situations where he's been with you in a social setting. He'll call me after.
This is the biggest scandal that Sadia Khan doesn't want you to know about her. She preaches on her page and on her content that she's a high-value woman.
So off the top of my head, guys, we've had Derek Jackson, who was a relationship coach, who turned out to be a fraud, married and was cheating. We've had Fresh and Fit, who are basically single young men sleeping around and telling people that they can do the same, turned out to be frauds as well. We also had Kevin Samuels. Obviously, he's passed on now, so I don't really like speaking ill of the dead. But there were things that came out about him that would not be things that you would want to, I guess, follow if you were a Christian. And now on the internet, a lady called Sadia Khan is getting absolutely destroyed because whatever she portrayed to the internet is not who she is. What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. Guys, I appreciate you guys watching my video. Thank you so much. Please remember to hit that subscribe button. I'm trying to get to that 1,000 subscriber mark by the end of the year, so I'd really appreciate your sub today. Remember to like, leave a comment if you enjoyed the video, and share the video with your friends. So guys, on the internet today, there's a lady that I have seen, because I'm in the relationship sphere anyway. I watch all the relationship stuff that's going on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube. It's impossible for you not to have seen this lady. So she's been quite prominent in the relationship area, and she has said some really good things. But guys, as you know from my channel, if you've been following me for a while, I'm not a fan of single people telling people how to get married. I'm not a fan of that, which is one of the reasons why I don't like Fresh and Fit, because not only are they single, they've never held a marriage. So what are you talking about? You know what I mean? Another one is Andrew Tate. He's another one who talks about relationship. He talks about other things. He talks about men being men, which is one of the reasons why he garnered such a following. But he also talks about the relationship side. But then, you know, he got exposed as well as somebody who is basically a pimp. That's the best way to put it. And one of the things that disturbs me the most about these people online is not just the fact that they're single and they're given dating and marriage advice, having not held a marriage before. The fact that young Christians are listening to them. Essentially, the things that they say have crept into the church. And as a result, I can see how some of the mindset in the dating scene infect the church, especially young people who are trying to get married, start to think in a certain way. I'm not trying to say, guys, that I am the best person to come to for relationship advice or marriage advice. No, neither am I trying to say that I am a perfect person, that if for any reason I became big tomorrow and somebody digs into my path, they won't find any skeleton. That's not what I'm trying to say. As a Christian, we're not perfect. we shouldn't pretend to be perfect anyway. Everyone has a past. I'm not saying that I'm better than these people. What I try to warn against is for young Christians to be very careful. Whatever you hear out there, it needs to align with the Bible, which is why some of the ideologies in feminism I don't agree with, which is why I always differentiate between old original feminism, which was, I believe, upon inception, was for a good reason, right? I wasn't there, so maybe there was something else going on. But from what they said, from what they wanted, I feel personally it was reasonable. It's a thing where you're given the choice to do something and then you can decide to do what you want with that thing. So, for example, when a slave is a slave, he doesn't have a choice. He just has to do what he does. But if a slave becomes free and he loves his master and then he chooses to serve his master, he has now used his own free will to decide what he wants to do. And I think in my mind, that's what feminism did for women. Women felt that they were under the control of men, so they were given that freedom. And now, as a woman, you could choose to either do what the modern people are doing, or you can choose to do it the way it's meant to be done, which is to submit to your husband. My point is, as Christians, you should be checking that these things align with the Bible. Some of the ideologies in feminism, as well as the red pill and the manosphere, does not align with your faith. So following these people, and this is the thing, the Bible says it's the little leaven that messes up the whole lump. That means you just take that little thing, like that little tiny thing that's bad, messes up the entire tree and making the tree basically unfit for its purpose. A lot of times the enemy, or the devil, as we would call him from the Bible, will give you a lot of good and then he will mix in the bad. The Bible actually talks about the wheats and the tares. Young Christians, be careful who you listen to. Again, I'm not saying I am perfect. What I'm giving you on this channel is what I have experienced. I am a married man, I'm a father, and I'm somebody of faith. These are my experiences that I'm sharing. But I do think that if you're going to get advice about something, you need to get that advice from someone who is an expert, someone who knows or has been there. Personally, from all my years of marriage, when I look at single people, especially young people, not looking down on them, I look at them differently. I'm like, you have no idea what marriage is about. And that's basically based on my experience, because I know what I was thinking about at their age and the things that were the most important to me. And now those things mean absolutely nothing. I think to myself, I'm like, why was this so important? Why were you so passionate about this thing? That's what age does to you. And that's what perspective does to you. And that's what experience does to you. Time and chance happens to everyone. Be careful who you listen to. Be careful who you listen to. This lady now, she's lied about being a psychologist. She's lied about being a high value lady. She's lied about being married. We don't even know she's married now. She's basically a side chick to some rich guy who she's basically threatening the wife of the rich guy that she will do whatever he wants in front of her. And there's nothing she can do about it.
What are you going to do about it? I'll suck it if you have an attitude. And I can do it today if I want to.
Go on.
And I can do it on your wedding day and your birthday.
Okay, well, we'll
days
see.
after.
Okay.
I've been in situations where he's been with you in a social setting. He'll call me after.
This is the biggest scandal that Sadia Khan doesn't want you to know about her. She preaches on her page and on her content that she's a high-value woman. She can teach you how to attract a high-value woman if you're a man for thousands of dollars for one-on-one coaching. Let's see how much she values herself as a woman.
The main thing I would say to be a high value woman is always you have ability to reject attention.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something's wrong.
The third step towards becoming a high value woman, and this is genuinely so important, it's self-awareness. Now,
oh, hell no. Hell no.
So she's a
only
divider.
one thing that all women want.
What are you going to do about it? I'll suck it if you have an attitude. And I can do it today if I want to.
Go on.
That's
I can do it on your
crazy.
wedding day.
In conclusion, guys, I really want to make it clear, I don't like taking pleasure in, somebody getting exposed. The point I'm trying to drive home here, it's for young Christians especially, because I remember a time where Kevin Samuels was going rampant among young Christian men. I remember a time when young lady was talking about feminist ideologies in the church. And I remember a time where even Fresh and Fit are being spoken about in the church. And these things are not meant to be found in the church. Some people who are not part of the church can clearly see these people are talking nonsense. And then we are getting deceived by them, or, you know, I just don't agree with that. Look, this is a relationship channel. If you want advice on relationships, I would say to you that you have married people around you. And I've said this before in my videos, guys. You have married people around you. You have pastors, you have elders, you have friends, right? We have more and more young people getting married now. Some of them have been married 2, 3, 4, 5 years. You're single, go to them, befriend them, and just ask them, how is this road you're traveling on? What am I expecting, like realistically? Because you can always hear on the internet somebody telling you that it's good, and you can always hear on the internet that somebody's telling you that it's bad. But you form your own perspective based on what you're prepared for. It's preparation that makes the difference. Personally, I'll say it again, single people should not be given advice about marriage. You've never been married. What are you doing? And for everything else, if you haven't ever done it, you should not be given advice about it. This works for everything else in life, and somehow we think single people, like young people at 19, 20, 21, are on the internet talking about how marriage should be and how you should treat your husband. And no, I don't believe in that. But I could be wrong. Let me know what you think in the comments below. It looks like the story of this lady is just getting started. So it looks like she's still getting exposed even more for things that she's done and said in secret. And this is what, you know, the Bible teaches us. Everything done in secret will eventually come out. But this is what the world are doing. We expect this from the world. We're meant to see things happening and be like, yeah, we know what that is. That's how we're supposed to be. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. What do you think about this scandal? What do you think about this lady? Have you ever watched her? Have you ever seen her? Do you think this is true, or do you think this is fake? Do you think that you've always known about this? You've always known that she was like this, or actually this came as a shock to you? And what do you think about my thoughts around young Christians and how we should be responding to certain content that basically opposing to our faith? Let me know what you think in the comments below. Guys, before I go, please remember to hit that subscribe button and help me get to that 1,000 subscriber mark by the end of this year. I'd really appreciate your sub today. Remember to comment, like the video, and share it with your friends. I'll see you in the next one.
He's a Christian, but you don't know where his source of income comes from.
I mean, I really don't mind. I don't know.
He's a scammer.
He's a scammer, and they're still there. What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. Guys, remember to leave a like, comment, and sub. Help me get to that 1,000 subscriber mark. That is the goal for this year. I'd really appreciate your sub today. If you're watching for the first time, remember to leave me a sub and let me know what you think in the comments below about the video we're about to watch. Let's go.
He's a Christian, he has money, but he's not attractive.
Actually, you know what? I don't want to be mad at my man. I can't be mad at my man and then I'm seeing you're not fine again. It's not my anger.
That's rude.
God have mercy upon us.
That's very rude.
He's a Christian, but he believes in zodiac signs.
Oh, okay. Not all of them left for that one.
He's a Christian, but he can't dress.
Yeah.
What? And these are Christian girls.
He's a Christian, he has money, but he's 5'5".
Oh my God.
He's a Christian, but you don't know where his source of income comes from.
I mean, I really don't mind. I don't know.
He's a scammer.
He's a scammer, and they're still there.
He's a Christian with a receding hairline.
Does he have beards?
Yes.
Okay, that one makes sense. You could just go.
He's a Christian, but he's a mommy's boy.
Yeah, that's a red flag. She stayed.
Who did this beat for me? Who did this beat go for me?
He's a Christian, but his dad's a pastor.
What's wrong with that?
What?
He's a Christian, but he can't cook.
Oh, really?
We can work with that. We can work with that.
That's crazy.
He's a Christian, but he aspires to be a rapper.
Only 1, 2, 3. Everybody else stayed. Oh, okay, another one left.
He's a Christian, but he wants to be a pastor when he's older.
No, 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 no. Yep, we don't want any of that smoke.
He's a Christian, but he's a prayer warrior. Midnight prayer.
Are they being serious right now? Okay, so these are meant to be Christian girls, and what it makes me think of is there's something similar online where women are given the same choice, but it's not in a Christian manner, and it would be the height versus the money. They did the whole, he's a drug dealer, would you stay? And all the women were saying yes, they would stay because he's hustling. Like, this is not a new thing. What more surprises me though is the fact that these are Christian girls, and the statement starts off with he's a Christian, right? And they seem, at least multiple of them, seem to turn away from the important part of Christianity that were mentioned there. Like, for example, he's a Christian, but he prays in the midnight hour. Like, that's an important aspect of Christianity. Praying without season, I would think that that would be something that you'd be like, oh yeah, he's praying for our future. There's a saying that a man who's led by God it's said that he will be a great leader to his family, or he'll lead his family well, basically. So to hear them say, or behave the way they behave, and I know, guys, don't get me twisted, I know it's a joke, it's just a video. These videos are such that we shouldn't take them too seriously. When you get to the situation, what you do might be different from what you've said. But I do want there to be some thought put into the fact that even our Christian girls are not satisfied with 9 out of 10 or 8 out of 10, which is a video I did earlier where I was talking about how the man can be almost perfect, and yet women would still say, nah, I don't really, nah. Whereas the other two that's missing could be things that could be worked on. In the same way that we mention these options, we could literally say he's 6 foot tall, but he's an abuser, and you would still hear women go, yeah, I can change you. I can change him. You will still hear women do that, because at the end of the day, the dating market is visual first. It is what it is. And look, this is how God made us. The only difference is Christians need to look deeper. Like, you have to actually make a conscious effort to look deeper than the looks. But at the end of the day, the thing that welcomes you through the door of dating is the way you look. People look at you, and then after that, they want to hear what you say. So it's interesting. I do like this video, but it really does break my heart to see. Again, guys, I'm not taking it so serious, but I do know that there's elements of truth in this as well. It breaks my heart to see that even Christian girls are not easy to please. Even Christian girls are going to struggle to have, I guess, mating options or dating options because of certain types of mindset. Some of the things that I mentioned here are very important to Christianity, and yet some of the girls still went, nope. And some of the things that are mentioned here were actually things that the Bible would call sinning, such as scamming people, and yet some of the Christian girls stayed. Some of the things here, like I said, visual is first, but some of the things here we're meant to look beyond height, and yet some of the Christians still like, It is what it is. Look, Christian girls, I want to talk to you guys for a second. Listen to this video. I'm hoping that you kind of see the psychology behind how you guys think as women. Young Christian boys tend to be, and I'm going to speak for myself, we tend to be driven. There's a particular time in our life where we're driven by our faith. Like, everything about us is our faith. There's something that comes with maturity though. As you grow older, you tend to start to see life differently. And the Bible actually talks about this, that when you were a child, you talked like a child, you behaved like a child, you did things like a child. In other words, if you give a child information, he's only gonna perceive that information at the level that he's at. But the Bible says when he grows up, he puts away childish things. So there's an application of the word that can be childish, which is why our faith is ever growing. Once you get to a particular age, for me, I started to mature a lot more once I had my first child. Once I had my first child, I started perceiving the world differently, and my faith grew in contrast, or in addition to how my view of the world had changed because I had a child. And from then on, I started gaining perspective as well as mature in my faith, meaning that my behavior and the way that I apply the word of God started to change. When you meet us, and you should meet us when we're like, I guess, tunnel visioned when it comes to faith. That's why I said there's a childish way to apply faith. When you meet us then, you need to be happy that that's where we are, because we're the type of people that even when we gain perspective, even when we grow, even where we get to a point like me where I had my first child and my perspective changed, our faith is ever strong. Like, it's solid. Like, those early years build our foundation. There is a line that is drawn in the sand that we would never ever cross, right? I'm talking specifically about my experience, and I know there's lots of guys, and I have friends, I have Christian friends, there's lots of young men who are exactly like me. The people like me, we remained pure. We didn't go out after girls. We didn't drink alcohol. We didn't smoke. We didn't do drugs. We didn't do any of that. So we always drew a line in the sand, like we would never cross certain things. But also we were very serious with our faith, always going to church, always praying, always doing all those things. If you get us at that point, this is the best man you can have, I would say. There will be some parts of us that is very tunnel vision, that is very childish in the way we apply our faith. But be patient. Be patient. Because of the line that will never be crossed, there's certain things we would never do to you. But there will be things that you may see that you'll be like, oh, it's a bit too spiritual. Like, oh, but have some patience, because over time, maturity sets in. Maybe he has his first child, maybe he gets married to you, maybe he has a job, maybe whatever it may be, and then he starts to see the world differently, and his faith grows and matures accordingly, but he keeps that foundation. This is why it breaks my heart, because I hear this, again, remember guys, I do know it's a joke. I hear this and I'm like, oh, you guys are missing out, right? In my heart, that's what I hear. When I look at this video, I think to myself, this is why Christian girls are missing out, because you're unable to settle for, and I use the word settle, purposely, because that's the word that women use when they stay, right? You see the women who stayed for the options, women call that settling. They're like, oh yeah, I can work with that. But really and truly, you have to look beyond what you see. There are some precious things in that man. And sometimes when I say I gain maturity, sometimes maturity comes when he meets you, right? Sometimes change comes when he meets you. Even with me and my lady, I dressed differently once I met her. I spoke differently once I met her. I did things differently because I met her. So things do always change, and sometimes that change comes because of you as the woman. So I urge you ladies, there is a thing that we always say in church: don't let the world influence the church. Don't bring the things of the world into the church. And this just looks like one of those things where it just seems like Christian girls, and on other topics, Christian guys, are behaving like the world when we're supposed to be different. That's all I have to say on this topic, guys. I appreciate you guys watching my video. What do you guys think? Do you agree with me? Are there guys like me still out there? Let me know in the comments below. Ladies, have you met guys like me who are rigid? We can be rigid. We can be one way or the highway. But as we grow, we start to open and expand our horizon. Our faith matures accordingly. Are there guys like me? Let me know in the comments below. Are you with a guy like me and you're frustrated? Let me know in the comments below. I would say be patient with him. Count your blessings. There are things that he would never do that you can have confidence in. There are ways he will always treat you that you can have confidence in. There is the way he will treat you that you can have confidence in. So that all the other things, right, the other 2 out of 10 where you already have the 8 can be worked on, or can be improved on, or can change over time. Let me know what you think in the comments below. I appreciate you guys watching my video. What do you guys think of the video? What do you think of my thoughts on it? Leave it in the comments below. Remember to hit that subscribe button if you're new here. I want to get to that 1,000 subscriber mark before the end of the year, and I really appreciate your sub today. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll see you on the next one.
Women, do not get married. These men will take everything.
Nurses don't make that much.
They will promise you so much. They will promise you so much. And it will feel great at first. It will feel peaceful at first. And for some reason, when you have their child, they will abandon you.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. I've got a good one for you today. Before I do that, hit that subscribe button, help me get to that 1,000 subscriber mark. That's the goal for the year. Before the end of the year, we want to get to 1,000 subs so I can become a YouTube partner. I'd really appreciate your sub today. Let's check out today's video.
Okay, this is a crash out post. I'm currently crashing out. Sorry in advance.
Okay.
Women, do not get married and have kids unless you plan on and are capable of becoming a single mom. Because 9 times out of 10, 8 times out of 10, I don't know, statistically high, that's probably what's going to happen to you. Right. Now, I love being a mom. I really do. And in fact, I quite enjoy most of the time being a single mom.
Okay.
She's
a single mom?
Is not fair. The world is not set up for single moms. You will struggle. I don't care what job you have. I don't care how much you get paid. Especially in this economy right now, okay? The world is not set up for single mothers. It will be hard. It will test you in ways that you didn't know.
Okay.
That you could even be tested. You will have to fight for those kids, most likely. You will have to fight for those kids. You will have to wake up every morning and question, just real talk, if motherhood is really something that you want anymore. Because these men make it so hard.
Is she a single mom or not?
So hard.
As in, like, is she married?
Away all of the tender moments of motherhood that you could have had, but you were stuck in survival mode. So you didn't even really get to enjoy it.
Okay.
You're just surviving, trying to raise these kids, trying to do the best you can. And you get $250 a month.
Oh, okay. She's divorced.
That is pennies. That is the gas money it is taking me to drop them off at their father's house and pick them back up. $250 a month. And my ex is a nurse. $250 a month.
What does that mean? You should give more or less? I don't know. Because of the nurse?
I'm sorry. Oh, I don't even know if I'm going to post this. These men will take everything.
Nurses don't make that much.
They will promise you so much. They will promise you so much. And it will feel great at first. It will feel peaceful at first. And for some reason, when you have their child, they will abandon you. They will discard you. Even if they don't cheat, even if they don't do anything significant, they'll emotionally turn away from you. To the point where you leave. I left. I can't do that. It is not what
the truth is coming out.
Not what you think
okay.
I promise you. I promise you. And before you come on here and say, oh, well, my situation's not like that. Good for you, honey.
Oh.
You are in the 1% of women that are
not
very
1%.
Lucky because the rest of us don't have that. And the rest of us become single moms. And it sucks because all I wanted was to be a mom. I love being a mom. But the best parts of my motherhood were taken from me. And in fact, the first time I got pregnant, the man said he couldn't have kids. And then fought me in court for 5 years. Fought me in court for 5 years to take away my son that he claimed in the beginning he wasn't even capable of producing.
Yeah, but now he has one.
Want to wrap it up at first. Yeah.
Yep. Okay, no, that doesn't make. That's not an own.
I can't handle it.
That's not an own.
I can't handle this. I can't handle men anymore. Y'all are liars. You lie to women. You promise us a lot. We are objects to you. We are things that you put on your shelf. I am a
Why did you
human
leave?
being, and my life is forever changed. My life is forever changed. I will never be the same. My youth was stolen from me. I had to put my boots on the ground and become a single mom at 21 years old.
Good age.
I didn't get to live. I didn't get to live. I didn't. My life is not what I wanted it to be. Not even
That's
close.
why she's upset.
But I love being a mom.
That's the reason why she's crashing out.
At one time.
She's looking back and realizing.
Men. We are at a point in society where we are waking up to the reality of the patriarchy, which is a very real thing that I didn't used to believe in. And I do now. To what men are really like. I will never see the change in men that I need to see to feel safe enough to ever date again in my entire life.
Okay.
It will take too long. The change that we need to see in men will take too long.
It's 100, 200 years from now.
Oh, okay.
So that's
This
my
is
life.
interesting.
So just don't date men. Just don't. Just focus on yourself. And don't have kids with the wrong person.
That's the right
I don't know how to tell
lesson.
you what man is the right man because I thought they both were.
Both?
I thought they both were the right man, and they were not.
So it's two men?
Okay, this is a
I'm sorry, but what? So, guys, I was listening to her and I had some empathy for her until she said he didn't cheat, he didn't do anything. She alluded to some kind of way emotionally. That's why you left. So this is what I'm hearing. You didn't leave for any good reason, and now you're having a tough time, and now you're lashing out at everyone. That's what I'm hearing. And then at the end, she alluded again to having two men. So her lashing out is not for one man who she married and had his kids. She's had 2 goes of this, and she's made bad decisions. And now she's left the marriage and having to live like a single parent, right? She said she has to drop the kids off at his house, which means he has custody, because of course he would, because he didn't cheat, he didn't do anything wrong, I would say personally. Guys, you can't leave your husband because he's emotionally distant. That is not a reason to divorce. That's not a reason to separate your family. Cheating is should be like the standard. It should be the standard, right? And even then, and I'm not an advocate for this, but there is provision in the Bible for people to forgive their husbands or their wife for cheating on them. Better you than me, because, you know, and a lot of people, you know, there's a lot of things in the Bible that we know we should do, and most of us at face value would just be like, nope, God, you're just gonna have to come down from heaven and do this one. But you find a lot of people finding themselves in these situations like cheating, husband and wife, and finding a way to work it out, forgiving each other and moving on. But for me, and I love that, that's amazing. I don't want that to be me, because I don't know if I can do that. But that's not my point. My point is cheating should be the standard. That is the one reason that is like guaranteed, where you can be like, okay, you betrayed the marriage bed, you sullied the marriage bed, I can leave you. Apart from, and for me also, I'll probably add DV in there. But with DV, for me, it'll just be a separation thing. I don't know how that would work. But those are the 2 things. Apart from those 2 things, you can't leave your family, leave your wife, leave your husband because he's emotionally distant. What the hell is that? And now you've made a terrible decision. This is just me just guessing what's happened in this lady's life, because I do not agree with this. This is what I think has happened. She's made a terrible decision to leave, I guess, man 2 now, right? Man 2. Man 2 has got shared custody because of course he would. And now she's upset because she has to drop the kids at their house, right? And realizing that, oh, I'm coming out of pocket because he's not sending enough money. That's what the issue is. Sometimes women, and I'm not saying this is what she did, but some women divorce for the alimony. That's by the by. My point is that what she's doing here is very simple. She's looked back in hindsight at her life and her decisions and realized that this is trash. She's realized that I've made terrible decisions. And when you do that, you have 2 choices. You can either be like, yeah, I take responsibility. I did not do that well. And probably even go a step further and call the people that you probably hurt. You might have hurt some people along the way. It takes 2 to tango. Take responsibility and be like, yeah, that was bad. Because if you do that, it informs future decisions, because you're going to end up in future decisions realizing that this is what you did in the past, and then you don't do the same thing again. You could either take responsibility or you could do what she's done. And what happens is, a lot of people get to a certain age, they get to a certain time in life where reflection is paramount. Like, reflection is literally forced on you. Your life flashes in front of you and you start to take stock. Like, Christians are taught to do this all the time. Like, even with me and my family, we try to do it every birthday, we do it every Christmas. We are taught to kind of reflect a lot about our lives, our decisions, what we say, what we do. But a lot of people don't do that. Like, they're not taught to do that. It's not a thing. But life forces reflection on you at some point. And it tends to happen when you get to like your late 30s. Like, it's the same thing that's happening in the relationship sphere. A lot of women get to 20, 21, 22, and they're like, I don't need no man. I'm young. I can do anything. They get to 30 and life forces reflection on them. And they're just like, oh gosh, I don't have time. Life does that to you. My point is, when reflection comes, you have a choice, take responsibility. And if you don't do that, you lash out like this woman, because in your mind, this wouldn't have happened if this person didn't do this. In other words, somebody made you do all those things. Somebody forced you to get married. Somebody forced you to have a child. Somebody forced you to divorce your husband. Somebody forced you to become a single mom by leaving your husband's house and going to live by yourself. And now I'm only getting $250 from a nurse salary for alimony. No, this is why she's lashing out, because she's realized this is trash. My life is this is trash. Like, I haven't done well. That's what she's realizing. And instead of getting up and being like, okay, let's move forward from here. She's, all men are trash. Don't get married to women. Don't do this. Throwing all the tantrum is crazy. I don't agree with this lady. I don't like this video. I don't. I've never said I don't like a video, but I don't like this video. I really don't. And it just goes to show how the red pill and the feminist movement grow. It's just a bunch of people making terrible decisions. You make a terrible decision, you act on impulse. Maybe you're upset with your husband, so you just like, I'm gonna show him he can't live without me, so I'm just gonna leave him. You make the decision, and then the decision ruins your life, and then now you want to blame someone. I hate that so much. Guys, let me know what you think in the comments below. Do you agree with me? Do you disagree with me? I could be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she's right. Maybe she's right that women should never get married because men are trash. Maybe. Or maybe I'm right that she's made some bad decisions. And now life is basically saying, look, hi, you're in your late 30s now, or you're 40 now. What do you have to show for it? It is what it is. But nah, you can't do that. Do all these things and then turn around and come and be like, oh, I didn't do nothing, it's not my fault. I don't believe in that. Let me know what you think in the comments below. Whatever your thoughts are, guys, leave it in the comments below. Remember to leave me a like and hit that subscribe button, guys. Help me get to that 1,000 subscriber mark. I really appreciate it. Guys, I want to get to 1,000 subscriber mark and more by the end of this year so that I can finally become monetized. I'd really appreciate your sub today. I'll see you guys in my next video. What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. Guys, I appreciate you guys watching my video. Please leave a like, comment, and sub. Let's check out today's video.
You don't have a phone?
No.
Why?
Because I have good parents.
Sorry about it.
You don't have a phone?
Oh, is that it? These videos are very
I have
short.
good parents.
Okay, so the conversation about the phone is interesting because I don't see the phone personally as something positive. When we were younger, they were brick phone, and even then they posed a threat to us. Like, parents were not fans of them. But at that point, the brick phone was fine, I think. What did you get? Like Snakes and Ladder game, calls and text? That was it. And yet we were still like having issues. Now we literally have supercomputers in the palm of our hand. And we know from studies, from experience, from children that we see on road, in the bus, in the train, from TikTok, from Facebook, like, we know the negative impact of this device on a young mind. And even mature minds, I would say, right? Even mature minds, even people, big old people are affected by phones. And yet we think it's okay for like 6, 7, 8-year-olds, 9-year-olds to have phones, to have supercomputers in the palm of their hands. And they're meant to be like in development stage of their brain, their social experimenting, I guess, like being able to be social, talk to people, all that good stuff, all the things that the phone negates or is negative towards, and yet we still give it to them. And then let's not talk about the dopamine, the addictive side of it. Like, it's crazy. I personally, and I said it in a couple of my videos already, do not believe that children 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 should have phones. That's how high I'm gonna go. I think anything 14 upwards, I think it's fine. Like, and you really would have had to have done your homework. That's my opinion. You really have to have done your homework in terms of raising them well by the time you get there. I think anything above 14, depending on the level of your child, because children have addiction levels, right? Which is why some don't get addicted to certain things and some do. And some, when they get addicted, they go hard, they go crazy hard. And some are able to, like, I'm addicted for a bit and now I can just put it down. Depending on the maturity rate of your child, anything from 14, I would say you can give it to them. And even at that age, it should be managed. I don't think phones are good for our children. I never thought they were. And like I said already, it affects even adults. So if it's affecting even an adult brain, how much more the young mind? It just rots their brain. Like, it's all they think about. They're always on it. It becomes a crutch. It becomes something they can't live without. It's just crazy. I don't believe that. And I think that the further away you can postpone it, the better. If you don't agree with me saying 14, 12, sure. But 6, 7, like those pivotal ages, hell no. I don't believe that, but that's just me. And what's so funny about this is that parents don't think children can exist without phones these days. You existed without a phone. You existed. You went about your business. You got on the bus, got on the train, went out, came home, like went to school, came home, you were fine. You existed. Yes, you can always call on negative stories that happened, but that happened because people were wicked, people were crazy, people had some form of vendetta, and we don't pray that that happens to you, but you go out and you come in. You used to go out to school and you used to come back home without having a phone. So it's like the fear factor of our surroundings has been driven up so high that even some children don't even go to the park on their own because of the fear factor. Some children don't even, if they go to the park, they go with their parents. It's crazy. Like, we don't even trust our surroundings. But the phone is not what's going to fix that, because if your child was going to be attacked, God forbid, the phone is going to be taken off them anyway. So that's just how I think, guys. Anyway, let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Do you agree with me? Maybe you probably disagree that 14 is way too late to have a phone. Sure. Maybe you believe actually, yes, a 6, 7, 8-year-old should have a phone. Sure. Let me know in the comments below. Or whether you believe actually, no, they shouldn't be having a phone even at such an age as 14 or at all, you know, until they become a certain age. Let me know what age you think is the best in the comments below, guys. I'll see you in my next video. Guys, please remember to leave me a like, comment, and sub. Let's go. I've had this 4 times. I'm having it again now. Oh, that's lovely. Look at the excitement. Oh, that's lovely. You can't tell if he's crying or laughing. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, 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 let's go. Let's go. Hey. Go on, marathon. Let's go. Uh-huh. Oh, that's lovely. Whoa. Go on, who's gonna make the move? No, this is really lovely. This is lovely.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Oh, it's always when Dad comes back from work, isn't it? Guys, look at the smile on my face. This is, oh, and she even dropped the cardboard. It's a thing of beauty. It's amazing to be a father. I'm never going to stop saying that. And I know a lot of people in this day and age put various things on it as a barrier money, all sorts. I'm a firm believer that you can be the brokest person. As long as you are willing to be there, the child always comes with provision. I believe that firmly, that every child, if the parents are willing to do right by them, and I don't say that that's what will make the provision come, but I just believe that every child comes with its own blessing. It's just unfortunately, or fortunately, I would say fortunately, it wasn't meant to be abused. That provision is placed into the hands of the parent. If you're not willing to be a good parent, the provision provided will never come, or there's just various spiritual implications to these things. But let's just state like the perfect scenario. Your parent, or let's just say you're just newly married and you want to have children, but you don't want to have children because you don't have the resources. Personally, I would say that it's good that you think that way, and I think that mindset is very good, but you can challenge God. You can basically think of it in a way that God, who provides the child, tends to provide the provision. For example, I had my first child and I was the brokest I could ever be, right? My first child came into the brokest version of me, and yet he never suffered. He never wanted for anything. And there were days we didn't know where the next meal was going to come from. But this child was never hungry. Like, God blessed us in the most random of random ways. I'm saying this now, and some people will probably be like, yeah, but why would you bring a child into that? It depends on how you look at it. I just believe that God makes provision for the child to be saved. And if you, as a parent, are good parents, you would basically give your right arm anyway and make sure the child eats, even if you don't have to eat. But look where we are now. You know, we're now in a place where the fourth child is enjoying is enjoying life. The first child, we never had a car. We were walking everywhere, busting everywhere. The fourth child, we've got like the best car ever. So it is what it is. I would just say, if you're the kind of person who doesn't want to have children because people have told you, oh, why would you bring a child into the world? No. There are extremes of that statement, and those extremes are what this statement is based on. But if you're a young couple, you haven't really settled yet, you haven't really found your stride, but you definitely want to have children and time is not on your side, I would say have your child and God will bless. God will bless you so that the child would be okay, right? It's not like you sit down in your house doing nothing. You're still looking to do what you need to do, find your place in life, find your career, all that good stuff. And as you're doing that, God's going to bless you. It may sound delusional, but it's something that I've had. Like I said, I was the brokest of the brokers. And now look at me today. And a lot of that, my children played a massive part in that. Not just in the drive that I had, because it definitely puts a fire under your bum to get up and go to work, but in just the amount of doors that open as a result. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. But yeah, it's an amazing thing to be a father. I don't know why I went on that rant, but it's an amazing thing to be a father, to be a parent. If you haven't experienced it and you don't want to, don't be a deadbeat. Don't get some random girl pregnant. Get married. Do it the right way, and then have your kids. Anyway, guys, let me know what you guys think in the comments below. I appreciate you guys watching this video. All right, let's check out the next video.
When your kids turn 13, 14, they will go outside of the home to test and discover who their own identity is, who they are. And in those moments, if you fight them, they will never come back to the family union. Parents wrestle with this all the time, where their kid is like dyeing their hair and hanging out with the wrong people, doing all this stuff, and they're like worried that they're gonna do something wrong and ruin the rest of their life. In those moments, be sure you've introduced them to people that you trust to be their guides. And I just think about that for my kids. I'm designing the people that are in their life that I trust, that can guide them when they stop coming to me, because they will, and that's normal.
Okay, so there's something weird about what he said. He said that whenever children turn 13, 14, they tend to go out anyway. There's something wrong with that statement. Not all children do that. And we have to be aware as parents that children are different. And there are some who are by design just explorative and they don't sit in one place. They have questions for days. They want to explore the world more than others. And there are those who are just a little bit more reserved. Isn't this just indicative of what we are as the human race? There's so many different versions of us in the world. So you don't expect everyone to behave the same way. So not all children, when raised well or raised right, go outside. It all comes down to parenting. And I know what he's speaking about is an aspect of parenting, but it all comes down to how you parent your child. We have to remember, and I've been saying this a lot in some of my videos, that you have to understand the age of your child, especially being a child yourself at one point, and then decide how you're gonna drip feed and release information into their hand. The mistake that our predecessors made was that they treated a 14, 15, 16-year-old as if he was 6, right? And there's a fear factor for parents of the olden day that made them really over-shield and over-protect their children, which led to a massive rebellion, right? The child rebelled. It's like prison, isn't it? Like, if you keep somebody in a prison without them having a reason to be in the prison, like if you're in prison, you did something wrong, you're in prison. There's an element of, yeah, I'm meant to be here. But when somebody is not meant to be in prison, and let's say they even got framed, there's an element of wanting to get out. Like, they're just like, no, I'm not supposed to be here. And that's how it is with parents. If you overshield your children, they're gonna feel like, why am I being shielded like this? Why can't I have that? But if you release information into their hands and you become, you're the parent, you're supposed to have all the answers. You're meant to have all the answers. Even if you've never experienced something, you should still have the answer to that question. And when they come to you to ask that question, you need to have the wisdom to deliver the answer the way that it should be delivered to them. You can't be so extreme that you expose them to evil and stuff that their brain can't handle at that point. But you're not also supposed to belittle them and make them feel like, no, you just can't know about it because you just can't, right? So what he's saying, I get what he's saying, and it's probably for parents who may have made some mistakes along the way, and then the children start to explore unnecessarily at 13, 14. But if you do it right, your child doesn't have to do that, because whenever they want to do something, whenever they want to explore, because they trust you, because you've been a parent they can come to for solutions and answers, they're going to come to you. That's been my experience. They're going to come to you. Like with my kids, I've already told them, listen, once you're 17, 18, you're in charge of your life. Like, you make choices. Once you leave my house, I don't care what you do. Like, I'm gonna trust that whatever I have done, whatever I put in you, is more than enough for you to make the decision that you want to make. But also at the same time, I told them, I know you're gonna make mistakes, and when you do, you know, we make jokes about it. I'm not gonna come and bail you out, because that's part of being an adult. Of course, we say that, but they're still our kids at the end of the day, and we don't know what we will do. But I joke with them as an African dad, as an African parent, don't call me, because you know better. You're not going to come crawling back to me and say, oh, dad, come and deliver me. No, you're 21. You're 19. Sorry, right? I taught you better than that. And that's how we joke with our children, right? We joke with them to let them know like that. Look, this is not going to be forever. You're not going to be in this house forever. And me and your mom are going to trust that everything we taught you is going to carry you for the rest of the way. Because at some point, I'm going to kick you out of my house. You're going to go to uni. You're going to go get your own flat. And you're going to have to make these decisions on your own. You're going to miss this. This is not forever. So this is where I am coming from. I don't believe your children have to go off and do crazy stuff because they're now teens. I don't believe in that at all. I'm sorry. And also what I base that on, young Christian, is, you know, the scripture that says if you raise your child in the way he's meant to go, he will not depart from it. And Christians, look, we take scriptures out of context a lot. When you raise your child in the way of the Lord, it doesn't just mean shoving the scriptures down their throat, whether they like it or not. That's not what it means. It's just as important to sit down and read scriptures and let your children ask questions. If they don't understand something, you answer it rather than saying it's just how it is, right? That's just as important as you being what they're reading. Like being the good guy, being the upstanding member of society, being a hardworking man, being a good man to their mother, being a good man to the people around you. Like, these things all make up that scripture where it says, train up your child. If train up your child is not just opening the Bible and forcing it down their throat, telling them you have to go to church, telling them you have to be in church every day. No, it's about training. It's about teaching. It's about showing, right? Elements of training means that the teacher has to sit down and actually do the thing they want you to do. Do it so that they can see how it looks, and then they try to do it. I know I've gone on a rant, but guys, look, your children don't have to go wayward. That's basically what I'm saying. Your child doesn't have to have a terrible teens moment. Your child doesn't have to go out and try, you know, all sorts of nonsense and then come back and say, oh yeah, I've tried it. No, they don't have to, because you should be the one who gives them the answer. Why should your child have to go and try drugs, alcohol, right? Why should your child have to go and try all sorts of nonsense, get damaged by it, and then come back? Why should they have to do that? It's not necessary, because you should have the answer to that. You should have imagery for that. You should have experience, if you have any, to be able to say, no, look, this is what I did, and be transparent and be like, yeah, I did it, right? My children ask me a lot of questions, and they ask you, have you ever done this? Have you ever done this? And I would tell them, yeah, when I was this age, I did that. And they would ask me, what was it like? How was it? What did you do? And I'll tell them transparently, like, this is what happened. It was fun at the time, but this is what happened as a result of it. These are the answers that you give the child. And then the child can compute, okay, this is the answer I got. I can compare it to probably stuff I've heard outside. It sounds true because they will know when you're lying, right? Parents don't like to admit when they've done stuff in their past, because they want to be able to tell the child, no, you can't do that. You don't want to admit that, actually, yeah, I did do it when I was young. But you need to, because that will give them perspective, and it will give them some level of control over the decision that they're going to make. So I'm going to leave it at that, guys. Thank you so much for watching my video. I hope you agree with what I'm saying. You know, I don't think your child has to go wayward at 13, 14 to go and find themselves. I don't think they have to do that. If you're a good parent, you're able to have serious conversations with your children, add some humor, add some humanity, you know, add some, just be true to your children. Yeah, you're still going to discipline, you're still going to do this, but let them know this doesn't last forever. At some point they're going to go, and when they go, they are in charge of their life. There's nothing you can do after a certain point. You need to let them know that. So I don't believe you have to go wayward. But let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Do you think that, you know, every child has to go far away at 14, 15, go dye their hair, go drink alcohol and all sorts, and, you know, have all sorts of nonsense? Do you think that has to happen? Or do you think, actually, no, I didn't do that, and my parents gave me all the answers that I needed? Or I didn't do that, I was able to watch other people, ask my parents, and they told me this, and it put me off it. Let me know. Guys, see you on the next one. Let's see what the next video is saying. Let's check out the next video, guys.
I'm not ready to be a dad, okay? I never wanted this,
Whoa.
And you've trapped me. I'm not
Oh,
ready
is that
to
it?
be a dad, okay? I never wanted this, and you've trapped me.
Okay. Guys, I'm watching these videos. I've never seen them, so I'm just as surprised. This is not fake. I'm not faking the reaction. I have not actually seen these videos. So it's like a 5-second video. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what the context is. I will say, guys, if you don't want a child. But then again, I also know, right? Guys, we're talking about Christians, aren't we? The Bible says a woman can seduce a man. Wives can seduce their husband, 100%. And sex in itself is such that you can make decisions without thinking, and then when you finish, that's when you go, oh crap, I shouldn't have done that. That's what sex is, that powerful that, you know, it is what it is. That's what happens. You do the act and you think to yourself, oh crap, what have I done? Even though no matter how you spin it, no matter how you slice it, you're still responsible for your actions regardless. Yeah, it is what it is. But I'm still of the notion that, look, if you didn't want the child, first of all, don't have sex. You shouldn't be having sex outside marriage anyway. You shouldn't. You should not. Period. Right? I know we live in a time where people believe that you can sleep around and women can sleep around just as much as men and men can do the same. No. No. I don't believe that for a second. And I wouldn't wish that type of lifestyle on anyone, especially our daughters, our girls. I wouldn't wish that, because the more you say you're being liberated, all that's happening is men are able to say they've had you. No matter how you want to slice it, the society may say this is how it is. It really isn't. It really isn't. You can lie about it. That's not how it is. Sorry. But yeah, so I don't see any other way to say this, but apart from, look, if you didn't want the child, then you know what you should have done. Don't have sex. And you know, I'm not even going into have sex but protect yourself. No, don't do it. Period. But also, he looks so frustrated. And she's putting it on video. I don't agree with that, right? And obviously now he looks crazy. He looks crazy. He looks like, get that woman out of there now before he slaps her. That's what it looks like. He looks like, you know, he's about to do something. So yeah. I'm not gonna follow it anymore because I know I'm probably gonna jump into a rabbit hole. But that video looks a bit disturbing. But we don't know the backstory. It could be he didn't want it. She pleaded for it, because it does happen, right, guys? In marriage, you know, the wife wants a child, the guy doesn't, and the guy's like, oh, we don't have money or whatever, and she's like, oh, it's fine, it's gonna be fine, it's gonna be fine. And I believe that children come with their own blessings. Children, if you have a child, even if you're broke, I believe from my faith, guys, that when you have a child, blessings follow the child, and the blessing itself is placed into the hands of the parent. You know, you continue to strive, go to work, do your thing, God will bless you so that the child will be looked after. That is my personal belief. But, you know, sometimes people just don't want the child, and that's fine. But as a couple, it needs to be something you agree, not like pressure into, because once you pressure someone into it, when push comes to shove, they don't have the strength to manage it, because they never really wanted to manage it, if that makes sense. So that video looks disturbing, and it looks crazy, and it looks like that woman needs to stop whatever she's doing. And you know, yeah. Anyway, guys, let me know what you think in the comments below. Appreciate you guys watching my video. Remember to leave a like, comment, and sub. Follow on whatever platform you're watching. I'll see you in the next one. What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. Guys, I appreciate you guys watching my video. Please remember to leave me a like, comment, and subscribe to my channel. Help me get to that 1,000 subscriber mark. Let's check out today's video.
Gentle parenting does not produce first-time obedience, and it is one of the most important things that you can have, is the ability to ask your child to do something, and they do it. But gentle parenting, I have to get down, I have to negotiate, I have to talk to you on your level and see if you really feel like it. But that's not life. That's not the way that it's going to work when their teacher says, hey, this is what we're doing. It's not what's going to work when they have a job and the boss will say, hey, I need you to do it this way. It's not how life works. They're not going to get on their level and have a conversation.
True.
And so we have to raise our children that when I ask you to do something,
just do
do it. and you do it the first time. I noticed in the parking lot with my granddaughters, who are first-time obedient granddaughters, that I'm able to say, hey, to my 2.5-year-old, put your hand on the car while I get your brother out of the car, because we're in a busy parking lot. And she does. She listens to me. I'm still watching because I'm going to be careful, right? And then I watched just a few days ago in the parking lot that this mom, right, her 4-year-old took off running throughout the parking lot.
Whoa.
Cars are going all over. She's got to chase him. He's all over the place.
Yeah.
And then she gets down at his level and she's like, okay, now what was wrong with your behavior? What could you do differently? I can tell you what you can do differently is you can listen to me the first time. You could have been killed. We don't realize that in the junior, higher years, I have to be able to say stop. You're not hanging out with those friends, and be able to be confident that my children will listen to me and obey, because they can destroy their life because they were not raised to first-time obedience. That's what I expect, and that's what I get.
Okay, let's be fair. Let's be realistic. Not all children are gonna listen the first time. That's a fact. Okay, look, even amongst my children, guys, I have the child who listens the first time. I have the child who doesn't listen the first time. I have the child who tests to see if you're serious. I have the child who likes to be mischievous. Not all children are going to listen the first time. So while I understand what he's saying, it's not realistic, right? But I do agree completely that gentle parenting is not good parenting. Period. There's a time for emotional intelligence, and I pray and I ask parents to, I guess, become more intelligent when it comes to emotional interactions with their children. There is a time for that. But there's also a time for, okay, this is what we're doing, this is what you need to do, and that's just it, right? That's not a gentle parenting thing. That's just literally your parents have said, this is what you're doing. And I think for the most part, your child would do what you're saying if they know why. Obviously, when I was growing up, you never were allowed to ask why. You just have to do it. And don't get it twisted. The reason why they've asked us to do those things were important. Like what he's saying, you could die, right? But as a child, we wanted to know why. And because we were so desperate to know why, we just never got the why. And as a result, we would rebel. But the truth of the matter is, if we had done those things, even though we didn't have the why, we could have died. That's a fact. Don't go to the lake because there's a snake in the lake. We could have died. But we never got the because. We never got the because. You know, I said there's a snake in the lake, but we just got, don't go to the lake, period. So I get what he's saying, but I do believe that not all children, because just like not all people are the same. Like there are people who are headstrong, people who are more prideful, there are people who are more stern, and there are people who are just a lot more gentle, a lot more peaceful, a lot more relaxed. There are people who are a lot more nonchalant. That's just how it is. Those things are already ingrained in us from birth. You know how your child is. Like the job of a parent is to try and get to know that specific child, because not all types of discipline will work on specific children. Some children, you don't even need to say much. They're just gonna be like, yep. Some children are just like that. They don't like trouble. They don't want to get on your bad side. So you just say, do it, and they do it. Some children, they like trouble. they just do. Some children like trouble and they just want to test. What are you gonna do about it if I don't do it? It is what it is. So it's not realistic what he's saying. Or maybe all his children are the same. Maybe. Who knows? But young parents, young Christians, I will advise you that you can't adopt gentle parenting. Yes, there's an emotional intelligence that you need to have with your children, but at the end of the day, they are children and you need to teach them to listen. Yes, give them the reason why. And I think that's one of the most important things that we missed out when we were young, because it does make a difference when your child knows why you have said no to something. Bring them along, right? Let them see that, you know, the things that you're telling them to do are things that you've done, that things that you've had to do, so that they don't feel alone. They don't feel like you're just being a dictator. They know that, oh, okay, my dad did this too. Oh, my dad was naughty too. It's good for your children to hear that you were naughty as well. Let them know what you did and let them know the discipline you received for doing it. Bring them along with your life. I was talking in a previous video about how the video where the guy was saying about how children being living room kids and others being their bedroom kids because their parents never invited their children into their lives. So the child, as soon as he comes home from school, just goes straight to the bedroom, closes the door, because he's not invited to that open communal area of their parents' lives. So he doesn't have anything in common with them. These are the things that you need to work on when you're raising your children. It's not about gentle parenting, and it's not about strict parenting. It's about knowing that specific child and working with the tools that you need to reach that child, support that child, and you know, they're your children, love them. I just felt like it wasn't realistic what he was saying. Like, you know, not all children are gonna be like that. Anyway, guys, let me know what you think in the comments below. I am a very big fan of discipline. I don't mess around with my children, but it didn't come easily, right? You still have to work with the child to get the child to a point where the child understands what they're doing and why they're doing it, and then they can do it without being forced. And another thing, don't make your children fear you. Like, we feared our parents, because back in the day, discipline was crazy. It was crazy. So we feared our parents. You don't want to be the parent that is feared. You want to be the parent that is loved. And just like he said, when you go to work, we bust jokes with our managers, right? But when our manager said, okay, here's an order, go do it, you know when to switch. It's the same with your children. Your children should be able to mingle with you, roll around with you, and then when you say, okay, bam, this is the order, go do it, they should be able to switch and be like, okay, this is not playtime with daddy now. This is now daddy saying I need to go and do something, let me go do it. The intricacies of raising children is amazing. But yeah, guys, thanks for watching, guys. Let me know what you think in the comments below. Leave me a like, comment, and sub. Help me get to that 1,000 subscribers mark. I really appreciate you guys. I'll see you on the next one.
Missing was chaos. No matter how many adjustments he was willing to make, he couldn't adjust himself to become a chaotic, toxic man when he just wasn't that. And that's all I had ever been used to. You see, I had not taken the time to like truly heal myself after my relationship prior to him, which was with an abusive guy. Very abusive, emotionally avoidant guy.
It's one of them ones, guys.
Everything. Okay, I had not healed from that. Not enough to be with a person who was safe. And so one day when he pissed me off, I broke up with him like on a whim. Because the majority of my prior relationships were with like antagonistic men, I was not ready to receive someone who was safe.
I really don't like this. I'm not bashing her, guys. I love this video. I love that she's taking accountability, and I love that she's free to talk about it and basically say, yeah, I was wrong in this. That's brilliant. But I do want some thought to be put into what happens to the guy who ends up being the one who's heartbroken by you. Yes, you changed your mind, but essentially what tends to happen is, and men do this too, don't get it twisted, when you leave him and you break his heart, the same way you entered this relationship with baggage from previous, and then that baggage is the reason why you're unable to like love properly, is the same way he's going to go to his next relationship. Maybe he's loved you so much and he's bared it all, and the same way he's going to go to the next one and he's going to pull back. He wouldn't open his heart, basically. It's really sad. It's really sad. But some people don't think about that. Today's video.
I fumbled the man I probably should have married, and I'm making this post so that y'all don't do the same thing that I did. This is an accountability post. I met him on Hinge, and this was back when the algorithm was working a lot better, and it was like 2022, I believe. I didn't like his profile. I just knew he was gonna like me, and the next day he did. Normally I name names, but just in case he has a new girl and they're at peace, I don't want to disrupt his situation, so I'm not gonna name his name. But anyway, we met up quickly, we went on a date, and we ended up being like glued to each other pretty fast. We were like in a relationship within like a month, I believe. He locked it down. He was not trying to see me single. This man was fine. He was like 6'3", buff, long hair. He looked like Roman Reigns. Society would easily give him a 9, easily. And if you know me, you know who I'm talking about. But frankly, his looks were pretty irrelevant, honestly. He actually was very kind, very sweet, very empathetic, very emotional. Very into his emotions, but also quite emotional.
Hold on. Okay, it says, my commitment level is very high, which I express quite often. I'm never going to control you because that's not me. Okay, that's weird. I try my best to be the ideal boyfriend and future husband that you deserve. Okay, that sounds really, really intentional. Guys, as men, if you know this is the girl that you want, you need to be very intentional about your language, because that keeps them secure. And I like this language. I literally put you before me because that is what you're worthy of. You know I would do anything for you, and my actions have aligned. That's good. I'm liking everything I'm reading. There's no other person I want in this life. I've already found you. Right? That's good. Let's keep it going.
Emotions, but also quite emotional. And, you know, he just had a lot of very positive traits. The number one being, he did not play about me at all. We went to brunch with his brother and sister-in-law, and they were kind of cold, like not really like, I don't know, warming up to me. And he called that out immediately. He was like, absolutely not. When his brother was not trying to get to know me after like we had met, he was like, can you put more effort in with Britt? Like, that's my girl. Like, put some respect on Britt's name.
Okay,
like, he did not play about me at all.
Good.
I had never in my life dated a man like that. I had never dated a man who was on my side. Like, who, like, I don't know, defended me. I've never had that before. He also impressed my parents. My mom liked him a lot. She said I broke his heart, and honestly, I agree. But yes, my parents liked him a lot. Okay. So we dated for like 6 months, and I kept feeling like something was just missing throughout the relationship. Like something.
Yeah, I'm waiting for why she broke up with him.
And I would communicate that to him, like, oh, I like you a lot, I love you, but like something's just missing. And I didn't know what it was, and this poor guy was just doing his best to try to figure out what was missing, like trying to make.
That is so bad. That's so bad. So you've got the guy hitting all your, I guess, wants, and you still saying something's missing. Let's find out what it is.
Adjustments, but like he just couldn't figure it out, and neither could I, because I didn't have the self-awareness that I have now. What was missing was chaos. No matter how many adjustments he was willing to make, he couldn't adjust himself to become a chaotic, toxic man when he just wasn't that. And that's all I had ever been used to. You see, I had not taken the time to like...
What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. Remember to hit that subscribe button, guys. I really appreciate you guys watching my video today. Help me get to that 1,000 subscriber mark. Please share the video with your friends and family on your social media feeds. I'd really appreciate it, guys. Without further ado, let's check out today's video.
Baby, I've been with my husband for over 8 years, and let me tell you something. If he say he don't want me going out, baby, I'm not going. If he say he don't like the outfit I got on, I'm changing it. If he say he don't trust somebody, then guess what? I don't trust him either.
Okay.
If he say jump off a bridge, oh baby, I ain't doing that. I say this to say.
Okay, I was about to say.
Y'all call it control, I call it commitment. And baby, I love my man. I'ma stick beside him because he a good man. And that's period.
I was wondering where she was going with that, so I'm glad she stopped at the jump off the bridge part. Yeah, I get what she's saying. So there is a fine line. I did a video some time ago about, it was a Muslim young lady who was talking about your husband is your master or whatever it may be. So there is some extremes to what she's talking about, but at face value, without going toward the extreme, marriage is a commitment. You're meant to take into consideration the feelings of your partner. So if your partner does say they don't like something, you should take that on board, you know, especially if you have a husband who's not controlling, and then out of the blue, he just says, I don't want you to go out today. You should listen to that. I think, personally. I don't believe in men being controlling. You're two people who have come together to form a unit, to love each other. There's some level of control, should I say. And I don't think control is the word I'm looking for, but there's some level of commitment that allows both of you to have some control over each other's movement. So for example, as a married man, I wouldn't be expected by my wife to be coming home at midnight, 2 a.m. Yes, she trusts me, but it's not something that I should be doing. Some of these things are also a way to give your partner that peace of mind, especially men. Our women tend to go off the rails a lot when it comes to their thoughts. Don't give them a reason to. Women tend to overthink, and they tend to wonder, like, oh, what is he doing? Like, where are you? If you have a good relationship, this shouldn't be happening, but also you could add to that if you behave badly. Another example of that is how you acted with other women. If you're talking to another lady and you're being a bit flirty, you're gonna put some doubt into your lady's mind. So this is what I mean. There are elements of your relationship that have do's and don'ts. Sometimes these are interpreted as control, but they're not. It's a commitment. You have committed yourself to this person, and what that comes with is a contract, an invisible contract, like marriage vow says, forsaking all others. That means you can't look outside anymore. That means you do listen to each other. That means you do take into account what your partner thinks. And yes, if your partner says don't go to this place, you should be considering either having a conversation about that as to why, or sometimes, depending on how it's done, it can be a command that you just listen to. And I'm saying this very loosely because I know it can slip into the territory of control. And some men tend to go overboard with it, which is why I'm being very careful with the words that I'm using. Men, you're not supposed to control your women. Your woman is not your child. The video I mentioned at the beginning, the lady was basically behaving as if she was a child or a dog or an animal to the man, and I don't believe that that is how God meant for marriage to be. But there are elements of that, very in small doses, where, you know, a husband can tell his wife, don't do that, and she listens. And a wife can tell her husband, yes, don't do that, and he listens. There's elements of that in marriage, but there is an extreme to that, and normally men tend to be the one who go into that extreme, where if the woman, if he says stop and the woman doesn't stop, to him it's a red flag. No, she's not your child. She's not. But yeah, guys, I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. I'm being careful the words that I use. The elements that she's saying do exist in relationships, but the way it's implemented is what matters. And that's what's going to decide whether your relationship is a controlling one or a relationship that basically recognizes that you are in a relationship. As a result, you can't behave in certain ways. And if you do, and your partner doesn't like it and he voices it, you should stop it. Guys, let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Do you understand where I'm coming from around the dynamic of the two that I'm talking about, the commitment versus control? Let me know in the comments below. I appreciate you guys watching my video today. Before you go, if you enjoyed the video, please share it with your friends, share it with your family. Remember to hit that subscribe button. Help me get to that 1,000 subscriber mark so I can become a YouTube partner. Thank you guys. I'll see you in the next one. What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. Guys, I appreciate you watching my video. Please remember to hit that subscribe button. Help me get to that 1,000 subscriber mark this year. I really appreciate it if you can share my videos with your friends and family. Share it on your social media feed to help me grow my audience. And if you enjoyed the video, leave a comment. Let me know what you think. Let's check out today's video.
The men that y'all claim don't exist no more, I had that type of man. I had him. And I lost him because I was stupid, foolish, young, immature, possessive, mean, with a nasty attitude, ungrateful, entitled, and ignorant.
She looks like someone I know.
One who gave me roses, romantic surprises, lingerie, gift baskets. He cooked, he cleaned, he had roses and candles lined up to the floor.
So what happened?
Romantic. He would throw me $1,000 even when he wasn't rich, just to go get my damn hair done.
Okay.
My toes, my nails was there. He cared about me. He played old school music and slow dance with me. He treated me good, took care of me, took care of my kids. I had a good man.
Damn.
And I lost him.
How did you lose him?
First of all, was shocked that I even got somebody like that. I had never had nobody like that before.
This is the trauma we were talking about, guys.
I'm just doing stupid shit to try to control him and put my claws into him, and it was unnecessary because I had somebody who loved me for real and did not cheat. Loyal. Oh, loyal.
What happened? Tell us.
If you got some man like that, please.
She looks like she's gonna cry.
Do the work. Be appreciative and be grateful. Don't be entitled.
Okay.
Do kind and nice things for him. Don't just be a taker. Give back. Respect him. Oh, respect him.
Very important.
Because that man, Baby, he gone. He with a new woman. And she look happy as hell. She look happy as I did when I was with him.
Exactly. She's gone.
Before. You live, you learn. But I'm here to tell you, you guys always say, oh, there's no good men that don't exist. They exist, but they are rare. And if they came into your life, take this message as go get some therapy, go get some help, go heal, go work on yourself, and pour back into that man, because a good man will wake up one day. Good men are not
or he'll become red pilled.
That they are a wonderful person to be with. They just love your ass. And when they love you, they stay and they stay and they stay and they stay because they hoping you will get it.
You'll change. Yeah, I like that.
They're not staying with you because they don't know that they're a good man and they may not be able to get anything else. Oh, baby, he know.
I like that.
He counting down on your clock. He counting down on your clock. So work on yourself. Don't lose no good man, because I'm going to tell you, they are rare. And since I've been out here in these streets, it ain't nothing for me.
That's unfortunate. So you've lost it and now you can't find it again. That's unfortunate.
That's all. That's the tea. That's the word. I hope I can help somebody today.
This is so unfortunate because I did a video already, guys, with a young lady who had a similar message about letting go of a good guy. And my sentiment is still the same. As much as I love, and look, guys, I'm not bashing these girls. I'm very pro men, and not in a way where I feel like men are right every time. I don't think so. I'm just protective of men who are like me. Right? Let's put it that way, because I know that when I was growing up, I was the man who was well-intentioned, who wanted to get the girl that I could spend the rest of my life with. I had a lot of flaws. I came from trauma as well, but I was well-intentioned. And if I had ended up with the wrong woman, I think I wouldn't be any different from the red pill young men we have today. If I had just ended up with the wrong girl. But I thank God, because look, I will say there is some, not luck, but there is some God-given intervention here, because I don't think everything happened because I did everything right. I think God also watched my back, and I believe he does that all the time. But it just makes me wonder what would have happened if I ended up in the wrong woman's hands. And the Bible warns of this, guy. He tells the young man not to fall into the hands of a harlot or a wicked woman. There's clear scriptures that talk about that, because it says that they can reduce you from your manhoodness, your manliness, into a piece of bread. And those scriptures just show how dangerous it can be to enter the wrong relationship. And again, I love what this lady has said. I love her accountability. But I just wonder. Yes, she said that good men know that they're good men. Not all the time. She said good men are counted down on your clock. Not all the time. That, you know, it is what it is. Sometimes good men can be insecure and they just need the right woman to bring the treasures out of them. It does happen that way sometimes. Sometimes a good man just needs the right woman. And once he gets that right woman, he just skyrockets in value. Ladies, you need to be aware, as much as you're here saying you let go of a good man, a lot of ladies have done this to good men, and they have flipped those good men from being good men into chads, or they've flipped them into men who are basically just haters of women. It has happened. And this is why I'm saying it could have happened to me, because it happens all the time. It could have happened to me. What would have happened if I met the wrong woman? Be careful, I would say. I'm an advocate for marriage. I believe young people should be getting married. I just believe that you should be intentional. Don't let the blind love be the one to lead you. And don't be dumb. Don't be silly, right? You will see red flags. And I'm not talking about the one where the woman or the guy is like 8 out of 10. And you're still wanting something else. I don't like that. I'm saying he uses drugs, or he's criminal. He like those kind of stuff. Or he doesn't take family seriously. Like there are certain things you can look at that will give you a general sense that this is not the kind of man that you want to start a family with. I say all of that to say this confession is very good, and it's good for men to hear this. But a lot of those men who go off from women like this, because she said she was being controlling, she was doing things she wasn't supposed to do just to get at him because he was a good man, a good guy. Those men end up heartbroken, and then they turn into red pill, and then never-ending cycle. What do you guys think of this video? A lot of her comments are men who are just basically saying, oh my god, a woman's taking accountability, shocker. That's kind of the general gist of the comments, and it just goes to show you that men in general are the ones who get rejected the most, and they have to live with it for the rest of their life. They've had a girl that they love, they gushed over, and the girl basically treated them like trash. I'm saying this because, ladies, you have the power here, because men are chasing you. They want you, and there's many who have this experience. Unfortunately, if the guy doesn't fit a certain bill, he's bad boy, mysterious, got money, all that stuff, they tend to not get the chance, and it's reflected in the comment. And as much as the young lady is doing a wonderful thing here, it just ends up triggering trauma in the men from the ladies that they've gushed over and wanted to do right by, be good men by, and unfortunately they got treated like trash. It is what it is, guys. It is what it is. But yeah, this video is really good. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. I appreciate you guys watching my video. Remember to share the video with your friends and family. Help me get to that 1,000 subscriber mark. I'll see you guys on the next one.
Yeah. Oh, look at these two. All right, come on. You're okay? Oh, what? Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy.
Yeah, exactly. Look at the lady next to them. If you don't know what's happening, these two are going viral. Like, it's been literally 24 hours. And they're going viral because they got caught at a concert. Kiss Cam basically caught them. They looked like they were really, really cozy. And the way they responded caused everybody to basically go look up who they were, and everybody found out that they're both married, and I think the guy is the CEO and the lady worked for his firm. That's what's happened. It's crazy.
An update on the Coldplay concert affair. This is Andy Byron, the CEO of the data company Astronomer, and Kristen Cabot, the chief people officer of the same company. Yep, they're both married. Not to each other, but it gets worse.
Exactly.
Sitting directly next to them was Alyssa Stoddard, senior director of people at Astronomer, a newer hire who just got promoted, and based on her reaction, it was obvious that this was not a spontaneous, innocent outing. One thing is clear, the entire company might have known something was up. One user even wrote, that's going to be one awkward board meeting, if not a couple divorces too. As for Andy's actual wife, she's moving swiftly. She's already removed his last name from her social profiles, deleted all their photos together, and gone completely silent, while her comments are flooded with messages of heartbreak and support. One of the top comments reads, SIS, lawyer up. You deserve so much better. Meanwhile, Kristen's been wiped from Astronomer's Up About Us page in what some are calling a quiet internal response to the firestorm. It's unclear if Andy will follow, but this level of viral attention may force action. What Coldplay thought was just a cute fan cam moment has turned into a full-on HR disaster with 20 M+ views, a potential divorce, and an entire tech company dragged into public scandal.
I'll put the video sources in my descriptions. What can we learn from this? Don't cheat. Everything done in the dark will come to light eventually. This is actually in the Bible. This is scripture in the Bible. Anything that you do in secret, the Bible says, will eventually come to light. It could take 20 years. It could take 30 years. You will eventually be exposed. That's just how life is. What's so amazing about this is the way it happened. It's so improbable that it's amazing. I think probably the wife, if she was a woman of faith, would just attribute this to God, really. The exposure of this was just phenomenal, right? People saw the video. If they had probably played it off, they would have probably gotten away with it. But because of the way they reacted, everyone looked at the video and people started searching them up on the internet and basically found out who all three people in the video were. It's hilarious. This is what the red pill promotes. The red pill, the CEO guy is seen as a high-valued man. Guys, you've heard that phrase before. You've heard it many times. He's seen as a high-value man. He's a CEO of a company. He's...
Yeah. Oh, look at these two. All right, come on. You're okay? Oh, what? Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy.
Yeah, exactly. Look at the lady next to them. don't know what's happening. These two are going viral. Like, it's been literally 24 hours. And they're going viral because they got caught at a concert. Kiss Cam basically caught them. They looked like they were really, really cozy. And the way they responded caused everybody to basically go look up who they were. And everybody found out that they're both married. And I think the guy's a CEO and the lady worked for his firm. That's what's happened. It's crazy.
An update on the Coldplay concert affair. This is Andy Byron, the CEO of the data company Astronomer, and Kristen Cabot, the chief people officer of the same company. Yep, they're both married. Not to each other, but it gets worse.
Exactly.
Sitting directly next to them was Alyssa Stoddard, senior director of people at Astronomer, a newer hire who just got promoted. And based on her reaction, it was obvious that this was not a sponge, spontaneous, innocent outing. One thing is clear, the entire company might have known something was up. One user even wrote, that's going to be one awkward board meeting, if not a couple divorces too. As for Andy's actual wife, she's moving swiftly. She's already removed his last name from her social profiles, deleted all their photos together, and gone completely silent, while her comments are flooded with messages of heartbreak and support. One of the top comments reads, SIS, lawyer up. You deserve so much better. Meanwhile, Kristen's been wiped from Astronomers Up About Us page in what some are calling a quiet internal response to the firestorm. It's unclear if Andy will follow, but this level of viral attention may force action. What Coldplay thought was just a cute fan cam moment has turned into a full-on HR disaster with 20M+ views, a potential divorce, and an entire tech company dragged into public scandal.
I'll put the video sources in my descriptions. What can we learn from this? Don't cheat. Everything done in the dark will come to light eventually. This is actually in the Bible. This is scripture in the Bible. Anything that you do in secret, the Bible says, will eventually come to light. It could take 20 years. It could take 30 years. You will eventually be exposed. That's just how life is. What's so amazing about this is the way it happened. It's so improbable that it's amazing. I think probably the wife, if she was a woman of faith, will just attribute this to God, really. The exposure of this was just phenomenal, right? People saw the video. If they had probably played it off, they would have probably gotten away with it. But because of the way they reacted, everyone looked at the video and people started searching them up on the internet and basically found out who all three people in the video were. It's hilarious. This is what the red pill promotes. The red pill, the CEO guy is seen as a high-valued man. Guys, you've heard that phrase before. You've heard it many times. He's seen as a high-value man. He's a CEO of a company. He's everything that women would want. And what the red pill promotes is that he's allowed to do this very thing. He's allowed to cheat. The wife should suck it up, stay with him, let him do his thing. And because he's a high-value man, he's allowed to do that. Most of the red pill would say this is fine, right? And the woman is the problem if she doesn't accept it. It's unfortunate. Young men, those of you who are trying to get married, those of you who are getting married, exercise self-control, exercise the fruit of the spirit. This is not the type of life that God wanted for you. God ordained that you should get married. Marriage is difficult. Yes, it is. There are going to be things that you're going to go through, but it is your duty to find solutions in those issues so that you can both cross over to the other side. And when I say the other side, from my experience, from what I've seen and studied around marriage, there's always this beginning part of where you try to fit in with each other. You have a lot of strife and you're butting heads a lot. If you can get over that hurdle, you get to this peaceful, calm seas of marriage where you're just good. Like everything is fine. You know how to operate each other. And you can move forward with any problem. You can work together and move forward with it. But during that time, when you're, all over the place, if you're not careful, you end up in this type of situation. And what happens? You keep the secret. It goes on for a long time, and then 20 years of marriage, and eventually God's going to expose you, and then you lose it all. Don't do it. This is the enemy's trap. This is how the enemy traps husbands. This is how the enemy traps wives. Cheating is not of God. I know a lot of African families who the parent went to Africa, had themselves a side chick, had children, blah, blah, blah. And then eventually it comes out, right? The children find out that, oh, you have a stepbrother somewhere. The wife finds out there's another wife somewhere. It's not worth it. Exercise self-control. If you're having issues in your marriage, seek counsel, seek support. There are people out there who can help you rather than going down this route. And guess what? If you're in that position, the enemy will send you someone. There will be someone who's going to be, in your DMs or at work, giving you the attention that you didn't get from your wife. And then you get lured in. You know, look, guys, I'm of the camp that as a man, you shouldn't do this, period. Like, I'm not gonna have mercy on you when you do stuff like this, but I'm also aware of the power of seduction. I'm aware of it. So I don't think anyone is above it. I don't think you can just say you're strong. There's a reason why the Bible says flee. There's a reason why the Bible says run away. At the sight of this evil, specifically seduction, the Bible says run. Joseph had that in the Bible, the queen of his land. He was second to Pharaoh and she wanted him. The guy left his coat in her hand and he did the right thing. He ran. So I am aware of the power of seduction. If you fall into the hands of someone who wants to seduce you, if you don't run, you will fall into her hands, and vice versa. Some people don't think men can be seducers, but they can be, 100%. If there's any significant update, I'll let you guys know. Obviously, most people are guessing they're going to get divorced, and obviously she's going to get a payday because he's a CEO. So, and if they've been married for years, he's done. But yeah, guys, let me know what you think in the comments below. Do you think this is acceptable? Do you think this is okay? If you're a red pill follower, do you think this is fine? Do you think the woman should just suck it up and accept it and let him do his thing once in a while? Or you're on my side and you think this is unacceptable? Men really need to practice self-control. Let me know what you think in the comments below, guys. Remember to leave a like, comment, and sub. If you enjoyed the video, give me a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, and share the video with your friends and family. Share it on your WhatsApp, share it on your Instagram, share it on all your other platforms. Help me get to that 1,000 subscriber mark. I'll see you on the next one.
Who you putting first, your son, your father, or your husband? Why y'all put husband last? Let me know something.
I love my daddy and I love my son. I birthed my son. Why would he be first? And my daddy, like, man, that's my daddy. Come on, you my husband.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. Guys, remember to do all the YouTube stuff. Hit that subscribe button. Help me get to that 1,000 subscriber mark. And if you enjoyed the video, please leave a comment. Let me know what you think. Share the video with your friends and family. Let's check out today's video.
Who you putting first, your son, your father, or your husband?
My son. I'm putting my son first. My father, then my husband. My son.
Okay.
And then my daddy. And then my husband. My son.
And then who?
I'm guessing all these people are not married.
Why the husband last? Let me know something.
Because regardless if me and him together or not, my daddy and my son gonna be there. So
Son
and husband, or my son, my husband, then my daddy. My son, my father, and my husband. Yeah.
Okay, why y'all put husband last? Let me know something.
I love my daddy and I love my son. I birthed my son. Why would he be first? And my daddy, like, man, it's my daddy. Come on, you my husband. Husband, son, father.
Oh, okay.
I feel like if I get married, my husband is supposed to be like the head of the house. That's supposed to be, you know,
that
the
girl
leader
looks
or
like
whatever.
Rihanna.
And then, yeah.
Okay, I would say those guys are not married, and I'll probably be right. What would be the correct order for a lady? I know for a fact my wife would choose her children first. That is normal. There's absolutely no reason why we should fault that, because women, their motherly instinct is like on 1,000. My wife would say her son, then me, then her father. That's what she would say. And that's what anyone who's married in a family would say, in my opinion. The Bible says a man will leave his home, leave his mother and father's house, and cling to his wife. That basically means once you cling, that's your family. That is it. That's it now. Yes, mother and father exist, but because now this is now your new priority. So this question is not as controversial as like what was that stupid question that we had before? The bear, where the women were choosing the bear. This is not as controversial as that. As a man, what would I choose? I would choose, as a man, I would choose my wife first, then my kids, then, you know, parents. Me and my wife played a game before where we were like, you know, if you were, you know, guys, you know the typical questions, or if you were stranded in a boat, the boat is sinking and you can only save one of the two your child or your spouse, right? My wife immediately said she would save the child, which makes sense. Logic mind, me, I said I would save her, and she lost it. She's like, how can you do that? You have to save the child. Of course, we all don't know what we're gonna do in this situation, so we're just giving answers for the sake of it. But in my head, I think to myself, I would save the wife and we can have more children. Logic. But yeah, these questions are just like questions that get us thinking, but we all don't know what we would do if we were in that situation. So guys, let me know what you guys think. What would you choose in this situation? Do you think I'm wrong or right? Do you think they're right or they're wrong? Who would you save, your wife or child, if you were sinking in a boat? Let me know what you think in the comments below. Remember to hit that subscribe button, guys. And if you enjoyed the video, leave a comment. Let me know your thoughts. Share the video on your social media feeds. Help me to grow my channel. I'll see you guys in my next video.
I fumbled the man I probably should have married, and I'm making this post so that y'all don't do the same thing that I did.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. Guys, you know what to do. Hit that subscribe button. Help me get to that 1,000 subscriber mark. And guys, if you're enjoying my videos, please share it on your social media feed. Share it with your friends and family. Help me to increase my subscriber count so that I can reach my 1,000 subscriber mark this year. Without further ado, let's check out today's video.
I fumbled the man I probably should have married, and I'm making this post so that y'all don't do the same thing that I did. This is an accountability post. I met him on Hinge, and this was back when the algorithm was working a lot better, and it was like 2022, I believe. I didn't like his profile. I just knew he was gonna like me, and the next day he did. Normally I name names, but just in case he has a new girl and they're at peace, I don't want to disrupt his situation, so I'm not gonna name his name. But anyway, we met up quickly, we went on a date, and we ended up being like glued to each other pretty fast. We were like in a relationship within like a month, I believe. He locked it down. He was not trying to see me single. This man was fine. He was like 6'3", buff, long hair. He looked like Roman Reigns. Society would easily give him a 9, easily. And if you know me, you know who I'm talking about. But frankly, his looks were pretty irrelevant, honestly. He actually was very kind, very sweet, very empathetic, very emotional. Very into his emotions, but also quite emotional.
Hold on. Okay, it says, my commitment level is very high, which I express quite often. I'm never going to control you because that's not me. Okay, that's weird. I try my best to be the ideal boyfriend and future husband that you deserve. Okay, that sounds really, really intentional. Guys, as men, if you know this is the girl that you want, you need to be very intentional about your language, because that keeps them secure. And I like this language. I literally put you before me because that is what you're worthy of. You know I would do anything for you, and my actions are aligned. That's good. I'm liking everything I'm reading. There's no other person I want in this life. I've already found you. Right? That's good. Let's keep it going.
Emotions, but also quite emotional. And, you know, he just had a lot of very positive traits. The number one being, he did not play about me at all. We went to brunch with his brother and sister-in-law, and they were kind of cold, like not really like, I don't know, warming up to me. And he called that out immediately. He was like, absolutely not. When his brother was not trying to get to know me after like we had met, he was like, can you put more effort in with Britt? Like, that's my girl. Like, put some respect on Britt's name. Like, he did not play about me at all. I had never in my life dated a man like that. I had never dated a man who was on my side. Like, who, like, I don't know, defended me. I've never had that before. He also impressed my parents. My mom liked him a lot. She said I broke his heart, and honestly, I agree. And but yes, my parents liked him a lot. So we dated for like 6 months, and I kept feeling like something was just missing throughout the relationship. Like something. Yeah,
I'm waiting for why she broke up with him.
And I would communicate that to him, like, oh, I like you a lot, I love you, but like something's just missing. And I didn't know what it was, and this poor guy was just doing his best to try to figure out what was missing, like trying to make.
That is so bad. That's so bad. So you've got the guy hitting all your, I guess, wants, and you still saying something's missing. Let's find out what it is.
Adjustments, but like he just couldn't figure it out, and neither could I, because I didn't have the self-awareness that I have now. What was missing was chaos. No matter how many adjustments he was willing to make, he couldn't adjust himself to become a chaotic, toxic man when he just wasn't that. And that's all I had ever been used to. You see, I had not taken the time to like truly heal myself after my relationship prior to him, which was with an abusive guy. Very abusive, emotionally avoidant guy.
It's one of them ones, guys.
Everything. Okay, I had not healed from that, not enough to be with a person who was safe. And so one day when he pissed me off, I broke up with him like on a whim. Because the majority of my prior relationships were with like antagonistic men, I was not ready to receive someone who was safe.
I really don't like this. I'm not bashing her, guys. I love this video. I love that she's taking accountability, and I love that she's free to talk about it and basically say, yeah, I was wrong in this. That's brilliant. But I do want some thought to be put into what happens to the guy who ends up being the one who's heartbroken by you. Yes, you changed your mind, but essentially what tends to happen is, and men do this too, don't get it twisted, when you leave him and you break his heart, the same way you entered this relationship with baggage from previous, and then that baggage is the reason why you're unable to like love properly, is the same way he's going to go to his next relationship. Maybe he's loved you so much and he's bared it all, and the same way he's going to go to the next one and he's going to pull back. He wouldn't open his heart, basically. It's really sad. It's really sad, but some people don't think about that.
And loving and kind and caring. Maybe I didn't think I deserved it. Maybe I couldn't recognize what it was. My nervous system didn't know what to do with safe. My parents were kind of emotionally unavailable. Growing up in that dynamic, you kind of look for that in partners as well. So I ended up with emotionally unavailable men back to back to back. That brings me to my next point. For a while, what I felt like the relationship was lacking was him being a true leader. He would defer to me to make a lot of decisions because he felt like I was more intelligent than him. He would want me to like plan stuff. He would want me to just like make a lot of choices that I felt like the man should make.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I wanted like a leader in the...
Okay, guys, there's absolutely nothing wrong with what she's saying in terms of, so basically she's wrong to feel like that was wrong. And a lot of women do this a lot, where they complain about, oh, I'm the one planning this, I'm the one planning the dates, I'm the one doing this. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. What's important here is, what are your strengths and weaknesses? If you're good at something, do it. Because whatever you do in your relationship, it's for the betterment of the relationship. And if you're weak in certain things, ask your partner for help with those things. Money is one of the biggest ones that causes issues in relationships. Sometimes the woman is better with money. The man needs to be able to delegate that to the woman. I'll talk a bit more about leadership at the end of the video. Let's keep going.
The way that I saw leader, how I viewed it. But like, knowing that he has weaknesses and that I have strengths, and then deferring to me where he's weak and letting him take the reins where he's strong, is leadership. Like, okay, he can
just said what I just said though,
and whatever, but he may have needed help with planning and stuff that he's not so good at, but I just couldn't see that at the time because I was young. I thought I needed 10 out of 10 boxes checked. But relationships are not found, they are built. Soulmates are built. Boxes can be built. If the person is at 7 or 8 and the last 2 need some work, you can meet them halfway. They can meet you halfway. Adjustments can be made. You don't have to break
up. Girl.
So though he had 8 of my 10 boxes, I was still too traumatized to accept him. I couldn't regulate my own nervous system fully yet. I had gotten to that point at 25 and met a very abusive man at 26, and I lost all my progress. So I still needed chaos, and I ruined it. The next guy I dated after that ended up being another avoidant who was emotionally unavailable.
So she's basically going from relationship to relationship.
Experienced in my entire life. So I got my karma pretty fast, I guess. Let this be a lesson. If you've met someone who's good, they protect you well, they show up, they love you, but you feel like something's missing or something feels off or whatever the case may be, or it feels boring, make sure that something is not the trauma that you're used to. Make sure that, you know, you have healed enough to even receive what they're offering you. You don't need a perfect man. You just need a man that checks enough boxes that you can work with the rest. Anyway, that Angel wasn't even on social media like that, so he'll probably never see this.
She said Angel.
If you do see this, I hope you're doing great.
Okay, guys, this video was really good. I really can't fault her. I think she did really well articulating what happened in their relationship. But a few things I want to add to this. So the leadership thing that she mentioned is something that I talk to young people a lot about. And as I mentioned while the video was playing, one of the best attributes of leadership is delegation. A good leader knows how to delegate. One of the best ways to delegate is to give somebody who is better or capable, more capable than you in a particular task, the task that you can't do. And like I mentioned just now, guys, money is one of the best examples of this. If one of you is better with money, that person should be handling that task. If one of you is better with, I don't know, the children, because some ladies, believe it or not, are not great with children. It is what it is. Guys, you know about postpartum and that kind of stuff. Women get depressed, they get upset, they're unable to cope. And some men are just way better with children. It happens. It really does happen. And your job as a man is to be able to notice that in your wife and be like, okay, she's not great with this, and this. I can take that. And then delegate the parts of your children. Let's say you have a baby, the parts of your children that she can handle and you know she can handle it. Delegate that to her. So it could be you bath the child, she dresses the child. She feeds the child, you put the child to sleep. Delegation is one of the most important things. And in relation to this young lady, the young man did the right thing. Ladies, you tend to be really good at planning. And what that means is that you will continue to seek that ability in us. But unfortunately, you're misdirecting your energy because whatever you do in that relationship is only going to be for the betterment of your relationship. So if you end up being the good planner, plan your dates. Guys, you tend to get like these coupons and these codes and whatever, rock climbing somewhere, parachute somewhere, right? Swimming over there. Like, you guys tend to be really good at getting those type of things. Just be like, babe, I got this ticket. Can we go? It literally only goes for the betterment of your relationship. Do not have a selfish mindset. If you end up being the one, say, planning the date, or maybe deciding when next you're gonna go out, or whatever it is that you believe to be the thing that he should be doing, especially if the guy is doing things, right? It's not a situation where the guy is sitting on his bum and he's doing nothing, he's not doing anything, he's not working, he's not doing whatever. He's actually doing things. There's certain things that he does that fulfills you. It's just this place here, this one thing here, he's just not doing. It is a selfish mindset to ignore all the good things that your guy is doing and just say, oh, he's not planning our dates. It's selfish. And what that gives is the whole, I should be sitting here and you should be doing this for me and doing this for me. And that's what it's giving. Don't see anything, any aspect of your relationship as something that he should be doing, you should be doing. No, see your relationship as, this is the person that I love. This is a person that I enjoy being around. I want to make them happy. That's the number one way that you need to see your relationship. And then do things for them to make them happy. The person on the other side is supposed to be doing the same. The way you will do that is not going to be the same. He brings you flowers. You may not give him flowers, right? Because you're not a flowers person, but you might buy him shoes. You might buy him a watch. Everything you do just matches up together, but it's different from your side and it's different from his side. The story of Joseph comes to mind when it comes to leadership, guys. One of the things about Joseph's story that we don't notice is how Joseph went from obviously his family home to the prison as a prisoner, and then went to Pharaoh's home as a servant. In the prison, he's a prisoner, but the prison guard or the prison officer or the prison manager noticed this guy is really good. He's got a way about him. He's good with the prisoners. Maybe he was able to manage the prisoners. He was able to get them to do things. Everywhere he goes, things were happening. Joseph, you be in charge of this. That is called leadership. The Pharaoh is the same. He did his thing, and then Pharaoh was like, there's something special about you. You're quite good in this, and this. And from what you just said to me, you've got the wisdom to do whatever it is that you've just said to me. So I'm going to put you in charge. You're only answerable to me. Joseph did not become the leader of those people. He just ended up being second to them. So he still had a manager. He still had somebody managing him. But those managers were wise enough to be like, Joseph, you are gifted. You're good at this. So you do it. That is the sign of great leadership. Another thing I wanted to mention about this video, guys, is that trauma thing. I don't think she understands the gravity of this from her side because she's speaking from her point of view, but she doesn't understand the young man's point of view. He now possibly could become red-pilled, or he could become that young person who has been traumatized by you. You've broken his heart, and she admitted it in the video that even her parents admitted that she did him dirty. When he was in the relationship with you and he gave it his all, but it wasn't enough, when he goes to the next one, he's not going to give his all. And this is how the cycle continues. So be mindful of that, ladies and guys, as you go through relationship. I really don't believe in young people going from one guy to another, to another, to another. I don't believe in that. A lot of times we get screwed over by our feelings, right? We get the puppy love, we fall in love, and then love blinds all reasoning. Everyone can see right in front of you, this guy is not meant for you, but all reasoning gets destroyed. But that's by the by. The other thing I wanted to mention is that the trauma thing from her side, it needs to be recognized that when you make terrible decisions and then you enter a relationship, those terrible decisions follow you. And then that person you enter a relationship with has to be the one to take on the brunt of that. And I don't think that's fair. I don't know what it is. And this is one of the reasons why the Bible has been very clear about how young people get into a relationship, making sure that they are pure, making sure you don't have sex before marriage. These are the reasons. And young men and women, please listen to this. It doesn't matter how much you love the person. If the person is not ready to change, if they're not ready to leave trauma behind, if that makes sense, if not ready to heal, and she's said that quite rightly, there's nothing you can do. Women, you guys tend to get into this loop where you see a bad boy and you're just like, I'm gonna change him. There's nothing you can do. The last thing that I wanted to say, again, this is no slight to her, but young ladies, be careful of this mindset that there's better out there. The grass is greener on the other side. Most women tend to do this. And that is that they get a guy who is 7 out of 10 or 8 out of 10. And instead of working with that, 8 out of 10, 7 out of 10 is amazing. Sometimes women don't get lucky. They just get 5 out of 10. Sometimes less than that. But there are young ladies who end up getting the 8 out of 10s or the 7 out of 10s. And they think to themselves, I can still do better than this. Because I've seen a lot of young female Christians who have a good guy. He's a young man. He's in the faith. He's doing his thing. He's working hard. There's nothing wrong with him. But they always like, there's more. I can do better than this. What ends up happening is that they blink and they're 30. They blink and they're 35. And then they remember that, oh, I could have just had the 8 out of 10 that I had. Do not fall for this trap. I don't know if anybody has sold you guys this dream. Marriage is not easy. It is the most beautiful thing, but it's not an easy thing to manage. It takes work. You're never gonna get everything perfect. Marriage is work. You're going to go through things with your partner. Sometimes you're going to clash with your partner. Life is going to lie for the good and for the bad. Don't fall for this trap where you get the 7 out of 10, you get the 8 out of 10, and you're still not satisfied. He's only 5'9". He needs to be 6 foot. Anyway, guys, let me know what you guys think in the comments below. I really enjoyed this video. I think this young lady was very sincere. I hope she finds somebody in the future. I think she alluded to the fact that the young man is probably moved on already. So let me know what you guys think in the comments below. I appreciate you guys watching my video. Remember to hit that subscribe button, guys. Help me get to that 1,000 subscriber mark. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a comment. Let me know your thoughts. Share the video with your friends and family. Help me to get to that 1,000 subscriber mark. I'll see you guys on the next one.
The love I have for her, the desire to make sure that she grows up safe and loving environment, free from any trauma. I didn't know that this is what I needed in my life.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. I appreciate you guys watching my videos. Help me get to that 1,000 subscriber mark. Please hit that subscribe button and try and share the video, guys. I would really appreciate it if you take the extra step and share my video. Share it on your WhatsApp, share it on your Facebook, share it on all your other platforms. This would really help me to grow the channel. I'm really trying to get to that 1,000 subscriber mark this year. I appreciate you guys. Let's check out today's video.
How has fatherhood changed you?
It's changed everything about me, I feel.
It opened up my heart, allowed me to feel things that I didn't even know I had inside of me, man.
It's re-inspired me as a creative.
It's helped me reprioritize.
It gives me a lot more empathy for people that I see around.
Before I became a parent, a lot of my friends were like, oh my God, it's so much stress, it's so much work. And I'm kind of mad because it is so much fun. Yeah. And I feel like people don't talk enough about how joyful every day is a blast for me.
It's given me a lot of perspective in what's most important in life.
More patience and more presence. Having a kid really forces you to slow down and take stock of what's going on, like right in front of you.
100%.
It's given me more patience, being more attentive.
It's definitely helped me be a lot more selfless.
The love I have for her, the desire to make sure that she grows up safe and loving environment, free from any trauma. I didn't know that this is what I needed in my life.
It's interesting what that last person said, which is that I didn't know this is what I needed in my life. Guys, before I make any of my further statement, I want you to know that it is possible for someone to say they don't want children. I did a video a long time ago where I was, I guess, finding it hard to understand how that was possible. And while trying to unravel that entire concept, the conclusion I reached was that if God has given us the power of choice, then it's possible for someone to pick the opposite of what you think is like the decision to make. So essentially, I was able to kind of quantify those decisions, because I used to watch these videos and I used to be like, how, especially the ladies, I used to think to myself, wait a minute, how can you go against the very thing like only you can do? Like nobody can do this in this planet except you. Like this is the thing that only a woman can do. And then I realized that that's the power of choice. So I say all of that to say it's possible for men and women to decide that children is like the last thing on their mind. But I just felt it was amazing to hear this young man say, from the way he said it, it's not something he wanted. It's not something that he felt he needed. But once he had one, and once he got a child, he realized that actually this is what I was made for. And that's very important, guys. You have to understand that a lot of times we don't know what we want, and some of the decisions we make are based on what people have told us. Sometimes our experiences. For example, I talk about marriage a lot on this channel. A lot of people are running away from marriage because of what they've heard about it, because of the failures of, say, their parents. It's a harsh truth, but parents ruin marriages for their children because they didn't do well in their marriage. Your child sees how you treat your wife, your child sees how you treat your husband, and they grow up to say, actually, I don't want that. But sometimes you get a child who has that kind of mindset, but then gets a good man or a good woman and realizes that, oh my God, I could have missed out on such an amazing life if I had allowed my trauma to control me. So I put this to you guys, right? Especially young people who maybe you're listening to these ideologies online that tells you you don't need children, or tells you, you know, children are too expensive. On that note, guys, schools are closing down. I knew about it because obviously I have children, but I didn't know on what scale it was until this week. Like schools are merging, like there 2 schools, massive schools are turning into one, and other schools are closing down. Guess why? Blew my mind. Apparently, we're not having as much children anymore as back then. Guys, remember we had the epidemic of teenage pregnancies? Apparently that's gone down. Not because something positive has happened, no, but because it's too expensive. Can you believe that? That's wow. and it's true, isn't it? Because if you remember back in the day, the teenage pregnancy, there was a lot of money put into government to look after them. Like, you get pregnant, you get a flat, the government looks after you. But now it's different. It's not as straightforward anymore. You don't just get pregnant and get a flat. And not just that, if you do find yourself in that position, the money you get from the government, the benefit system, is not enough anymore. It's not enough to support you and a baby. So a lot of people are now opting. It's so sad because the result of that is not because of anything good. It was just because hardship. I don't know. But I say all of that to say, guys, look, this is the same thing that I say about marriage. You know, don't let your trauma, don't let the things you've heard from people, don't let negative news, because really and truly, I say this all the time, if you want to find out something good about something, you can find it. Also, if you want to find out something bad about something, you can find it. I can go online now. Guys, I have a reaction channel. I'll put it on the screen right now. I react to trailers, movies, and all sorts, right? So we criticize. I can go online now, and for a movie that is hated to the max, I can go on another side of YouTube or another side of the internet, and I can find people who love that movie. That is the power of choice. So the same way you can see the internet flooded with people saying they're hurt, people saying that men are trash, women are trash, whatever it may be. The same way you can find in a corner of the internet where marriage is being held to the utmost degree of respect, where people are telling you good things about marriage. They're telling you that my husband is amazing. They're telling you my wife is amazing. They're telling you my children are amazing. They're telling you this is the life that you should have. You don't know what you're missing. That's how it is. And this is what I see with these men. It's amazing to see this. I think this is amazing, seeing men be more involved with their children. I mean, this should not be something that should be special. This should be a norm. And I think most fathers, apart from the deadbeat ones who run away, most fathers get this type of moment with their children, the present fathers. Anyway, so it's interesting to see them in this mode, and it's just lovely to watch men take their place in their homes and in the lives of their children. Guys, what do you think of this video? What do you think about what I've said about the power of choice, the possibility of people actually convincingly telling you they don't want children? It is possible that they have this epiphany once they have children and regret their choice. But it's also possible that actually we've heard of people who had children and they had the postpartum, they hated having the child changed their life, and they just can't cope. It's possible. It is possible that some people are just not built for that. They're just not built for parenthood. It is possible. But this was amazing. Fathers, if you're in your child's life, stay in your child's life. Be present. Be involved. Go to all the school stuff if you can. Go to all the activities. When they're home, play with them. Watch movies with them. Watch programs with them. Play games with them. We're in a digital day. Do everything with your child. Before you know it, you blink, they're gone, right? They're taking on the world the way you did. Guys, let me know what you think in the comments below. I appreciate you guys watching my video. See you on the next one.
No, say what you just said.
I'm just saying, as soon as y'all realize the fact that when you get off of work, you don't get to lay down. You don't get to lay down. You don't get to relax. You don't get to go to sleep. Get it out your head. There's still stuff to do. We got laundry. We got trash. We got bottles. We got dishes. We got quality time. We have things to do. Okay. Now, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock roll around. All right, cool. Go to bed. That's what bed is for. But at 5 o'clock, when you're getting off, you don't get to go to sleep. You don't.
Okay.
As soon as that clicks, it gets
that
together,
depends on the dynamic of their relationship.
Go viral for this one.
It's a real thing. Because when I get off work, I'm still
okay.
working.
There you go.
When did you become in control of my bedtime?
There you go. That's it. She said the right thing. Yeah, she's married to you. Of course, she's in control.
Don't tap my phone with it.
And then point one.
Exactly. I agree with that.
Dos.
She's right.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah.
I was watching to see what she was basing her reasons on, and she proved herself at the end. One, she works as well. Sorry. This is a 50-50. So you definitely can't come home. If she's gone to work and come home and you've gone to work and come home, you definitely have to meet in the middle around doing the things around the house. You as the man cannot just go and rest and do whatever. You need to do something. If she was at home by herself all day, not working from home, actually just at home, and her thing is to be a stay-at-home wife, then we can say, okay, come on, stop it. But if the wife is going to work and you're going to work as well, when you come home at 5:30, 6 o'clock, you need to do something. Guys, listen. It is what it is. You need to do something. You need to help. And I don't condone or advise the allocations of tasks. What that leads to, it leads to some form of resentment when someone doesn't do something. What I advise is that you both basically just chip in. Like, you're not going to do everything every day. I've seen couples do things where they allocate tasks to each other, and then one day one person in the marriage is like, oh, I'm a little bit tired today, and they don't want to do it, and as a result it causes issues. I don't like that. Let it be known that this needs to be done, and then when you guys come home, get it done. I mean, well, I don't know. I think allocation of tasks is a bit dicey. It is what it is. But yeah, there will be some things that need to be allocated. When the husband comes home, just tell him this is the stuff you're doing. Sure. But be careful with that mindset, because you're human beings. You have choice as well. There will be days where you're going to come home and you just be like, look, I'm not on it. It's not like you're going to do that every day. If you do that every day, then you're scum. You're stupid. You're dumb. But once in a while, you're going to come home and it's been a, uncharacteristically longer day. Like, it's like, this day is crazy and you're going to want to relax rather than do anything.
Divorce to be made illegal?
Yes.
Why?
Yes, because I don't think what we have today is really marriage. What is marriage? It's for better or for worse, for richer or for poor, in sickness and in health, till death do us part. That's what marriage is supposed to be. But feminists have ruined marriage for the people that actually believe in marriage.
How?
When there's a 50% divorce rate and the average marriage
Why is that all down
8
to the
years.
women, though?
I didn't say that it was all down to the women.
So why
Well,
feminists?
you asked why I want divorce to be banned.
Yeah.
Can I finish that first? So I'm saying, you know, the people that believe in divorce, go be in long-term relationships. Leave marriage for the people that actually believe in for better or for worse, for richer or for poor, in sickness and in health, till death do us part.
You find the man you want to get married to. Are you saying you will be with that man whatever happens the rest of your life?
Yes, for the vows that we're supposed to live
How
by.
do you know you can keep them?
I mean, I think it's a choice. And that's the thing, like, women are so willing to leave marriages because they're not happy. This is not about happiness. The most important thing is the children. And the problem is we have a modern society where it's me,
She's
my
right
feelings,
in some
leave
of
when
the
I
cases.
feel like it, instead of doing what's best for the kid.
All right, guys. So here's my thing. I don't really like her. I don't. And she's just another embodiment of like the red pill. And the one thing that I hate about the red pill, apart from the fact that they're so extreme, is that they tend to give you a lot of positives, a lot of true or facts, and then they mix in like extreme ideologies into it. Like, for example, her saying abolish divorce. But what she's talking about is truth. So it's like you wrap you give it a nice wrap, and then but inside it is really like corrupt messaging. Another reason why I don't like her is because she's not married, and a lot of the things that she says are things that we know she doesn't know what she's talking about. You're not married. You haven't held a marriage. I think she's not even been able to hold a relationship. So she has no like standing to say all these things. What makes it so bad for her is not because she's just another random single girl online talking about relationships. It's the fact that she says outlandish, crazy stuff just to go viral. Having said that, what she said in terms of the vows is absolute facts. The rice is in the pudding. Like, the words of the vows tell you everything that marriage is meant to be about. Which is why, guys, in one of my previous videos, I said it's not a decision that you make lightly. You don't just decide I want to get married and then you just jump into marriage. You have to consider your cost. Marriage really isn't for everyone. Like, even in the Bible, marriage was not for everyone. But it is something to be desired, especially if it's something.
When you get off of work, you don't get to lay down. You don't get to lay down. You don't get to relax. You don't get to go to sleep. Get it out your head. There's still stuff to do.
When did you become in control of my bedtime?
What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. Appreciate you guys watching my videos. Guys, please share the video on your WhatsApp and your Facebook and all of the platforms. Help me grow my channel. Help me get to that 1,000 subscriber mark. Let's check out today's video.
No, say what you just said.
I'm just saying, as soon as y'all realize the fact that when you get off of work, you don't get to lay down. You don't get to lay down. You don't get to relax. You don't get to go to sleep. Get it out your head. There's still stuff to do. We got laundry. We got trash. We got bottles. We got dishes. We got quality time. We have things to do.
Okay.
Now, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock roll around. All right, cool. Go to bed. That's what bed is for. But at 5 o'clock, when you're getting off, you don't get to go to sleep. You don't.
Okay.
As soon as that clicks, it gets
That
together,
depends on the dynamic of their relationship.
Go viral for this one.
It's a real thing. Because when I get off work, I'm still
Okay,
working.
there you go.
When did you become in control of my bedtime?
There you go. That's it. She said the right thing. Yeah, she's married to you. Of course she's in control.
Don't tap my phone with it.
And then point one.
Exactly. I agree with that.
Dos.
She's right.
Okay. Got it. Got it.
Yeah.
I was watching to see what she was basing her reasons on, and she proved herself at the end. One, she works as well. Sorry. This is a 50-50. So you definitely can't come home. If she's gone to work and come home and you've gone to work and come home, you definitely have to meet in the middle around doing the things around the house. You, as the man, cannot just go and rest and do whatever. You need to do something. If she was at home by herself all day, not working from home, actually just at home, and her thing is to be a stay-at-home wife, then we can say, okay, come on, stop it. But if the wife is going to work and you're going to work as well, when you come home at 5:30, 6 o'clock, you need to do something. Guys, listen. It is what it is. You need to do something. You need to help. And I don't condone or advise the allocations of tasks. What that leads to, it leads to some form of resentment when someone doesn't do something. What I advise is that you both basically just chip in. Like, you're not going to do everything every day. I've seen couples do things where they allocate tasks to each other, and then one day one person in the marriage is like, oh, I'm a little bit tired today, and they don't want to do it, and as a result it causes issues. I don't like that. Let it be known that this needs to be done, and then when you guys come home, get it done. I mean, well, I don't know. I think allocation of tasks is a bit dicey. It is what it is. But yeah, there will be some things that need to be allocated. When the husband comes home, just tell him this is the stuff you're doing. Sure. But be careful with that mindset, because you're human beings. You have choice as well. There will be days where you're going to come home and you just be like, look, I'm not on it. It's not like you're going to do that every day. If you do that every day, then you're scum. You're stupid. You're dumb. But once in a while, you're going to come home and it's been a, uncharacteristically longer day. Like, it's like, this day is crazy and you're going to want to relax rather than do anything. Let there be room for that, is what I'm saying. Rather than, this is your allocated task, and then when it's not done, then you've got problems in the marriage. But from her point, I don't know what the guy thought he was trying to do on the phone. Again, guys, I did a video before where a lady was disciplining her child by cutting off her hair. Please stop videoing everything. Everything is not about going viral. There's certain conversations and discussion that are just meant to be private between you and your kids, you and your spouse. But from what he was saying, he was trying to pretend as if he doesn't know what she's getting at when he asks, oh, since when did you control my bedtime? Yeah, and she rightly answered the question. Look, you put a ring on it, I'm your wife. Number two, you got a kid. Sorry, and I agree with her. I think she's absolutely right. Men now who are part of the red pill think they can be all, you have to be the woman and you have to be the woman man. They're not even able to get the woman to be a traditional wife. They're not even able to let the woman like settle at home, not having to work, and they pay for everything. And yet they still want the woman to do everything now. I'm not for that. I'm not for that. I do believe if you're a stay-at-home lady, mother, wife, whatever, yeah, then do everything in the home. Ask your husband for help. There's nothing wrong with asking him for help, even though you're at home. But you don't get to be like, oh, do this, do this, do this, do this. That's just my opinion. If you've got that type of marriage where both of you are going to work, men, do something, do some work, hold that child, right? Clean the kitchen, mop, hoover, do stuff together. Also do it together so that there's no rigidness to your relationship, if that makes sense. I appreciate you guys watching my video. Guys, remember to share the video, leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and let me know what you think in the comments below. I'll see you in the next one.
It's for better or for worse, for richer or for poor, in sickness and in health, till death do us part. That's what marriage is supposed to be. But feminists have ruined marriage for the people that actually believe in marriage.
How?
What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. I appreciate you guys watching my video. If you're new here, please hit that subscribe button. Please do share my videos with your friends and family. Share it on your Facebook, share it on your WhatsApp, share it on all your other platforms. Help me get to that 1,000 subscriber mark. Like, share, subscribe. Let's check out today's video.
You want divorce to be made illegal?
Yes.
Why?
Yes, because I don't think what we have today is really marriage. What is marriage? It's for better or for worse, for richer or for poor, in sickness and in health, till death do us part. That's what marriage is supposed to be. But feminists have ruined marriage for the people that actually believe in marriage.
How?
When there's a 50% divorce rate, And the average marriage
Why is that all down to the women, though?
I didn't say that it was all down to the women.
So why feminists?
You asked why I want divorce to be banned.
Yeah.
Can I finish that first? So I'm saying, you know, the people that believe in divorce, go be in long-term relationships. Leave marriage for the people that actually believe in for better or for worse, for richer or for poor, in sickness and in health, till death do us part.
You find the man you want to get married to. Are you saying you will be with that man whatever happens the rest of your life?
Yes, for the vows that we're supposed to live by.
How do you know you can keep them?
I mean, I think it's a choice. And that's the thing, like, women are so willing to leave marriages because they're not happy. This is not about happiness. The most important thing is the children. And the problem is we have a modern society where it's me,
She's
my
right
feelings,
in some
leave
of
when
the
I
cases.
feel like it, instead of doing what's best for the kid.
All right, guys. So here's my thing. I don't really like her. I don't. And she's just another embodiment of like the red pill. And the one thing that I hate about the red pill, apart from the fact that they're so extreme, is that they tend to give you a lot of positives, a lot of true or facts, and then they mix in like extreme ideologies into it. Like, for example, her saying abolish divorce. But what she's talking about is truth. So it's like you wrap you give it a nice wrap, and then but inside it is really like corrupt messaging. Another reason why I don't like her is because she's not married, and a lot of the things that she says are things that we know she doesn't know what she's talking about. You're not married. You haven't held a marriage. I think she's not even been able to hold a relationship. So she has no like standing to say all these things. What makes it so bad for her is not because she's just another random single girl online talking about relationships. It's the fact that she says outlandish, crazy stuff just to go viral. Having said that, what she said in terms of the vows is absolute facts. The rice is in the pudding. Like, the words of the vows tell you everything that marriage is meant to be about. Which is why, guys, in one of my previous videos, I said it's not a decision that you make lightly. You don't just decide I want to get married and then you just jump into marriage. You have to consider your cost. Marriage really isn't for everyone. Like, even in the Bible, marriage was not for everyone. But it is something to be desired, especially if it's something that you want, that you get married. But before you take that step, make sure that you have crossed all your T's. Like, you make sure that you literally looked into this thing to the utmost level so that you know what you're getting yourself into. Because as beautiful as marriage is, I'm an advocate for telling you young people that marriage is the most beautiful thing. You can look at me and my wife. It is one of the most beautiful things that you can ever have. We can tell you as a couple that the very initial steps, the starting point, the first 5 years, the first 1 year, in fact, the first 6 months end up being like one of the most difficult times of your life, because this is where you start to kind of blend. And a lot of people don't make it past those years. Some don't make it past a year. Some don't make it past 2 years. And definitely some don't make it past the 5-year mark. After the 5-year mark, I think that's where you tend to start blending. That's where you kind of be like, okay, I get him now. That's what I think. I get her now. I understand. Oh, okay, so when I say this, when I do this, okay, yeah. It's at that point where you start to then find your groove, if that makes sense. And me and my wife have found our groove. We've been together for way longer than 5 years. But the point I'm trying to make, guys, is that, look, the vow for your marriage is meant to be taken seriously. It is for sickness and in health. It is for better and for worse. It is for when the guy is being a douchebag. It is for when the girl is being a douchebag. Save things like cheating and DV, that kind of stuff. Like there are extreme guys, don't get it twisted. And in those extreme, there is a level of delicacy and consideration made for those. But when you're divorcing over the way he dresses or like differences or a little bit of an argument, you weren't ready for marriage in the first place. You weren't marriage material. It is what it is. But yeah, like I said, guys, look, what she's saying is true. The vows say, they speak for themselves. What I don't like is the messenger. I don't think this lady knows what she's talking about. All she's talking about is like head knowledge, you know, statistics and stuff like that, and then trying to go viral. I think she's going to be a very different person, especially, oh my God, I'm really praying for her. Guys, the Bible says you should pray for your enemies. I'm not saying she's my enemy, but there will be certain people we don't like, and you're just like, oh, wait and see. I pray, you know, sometimes I have to disabuse myself from that kind of thought, because you think to yourself, these people who are just talking nonsense, you just be like, okay, let's see how you fare when you get into the real thing. But really and truly, I pray for her that she will find somebody who will treat her well. And then the words that come out of her mouth then will start holding meaning. But imagine if she ends up in a marriage with a man who is like the worst person in the world. How would she feel about that? Like, a man who pushes her to the limit. She seems to have this naive glasses on. I spoke about in one of my videos, guys, where an elderly lady came out. She said, I've been with him for 39 years. I regret getting married. And the reason why is because I was naive when I got married. Like, I thought I saw the first guy who said he loves me and I got married to him. And even though she didn't think to herself, in hindsight, I wouldn't get married, she actually thought to herself that in hindsight, I would still get married, but I'll just be a little bit more clued up. This young lady is not clued up. Like, she's got a lot of health knowledge. Maybe she's probably even just being a YouTube viral person. Maybe she knows what she's doing. Sure. Possible, but her words don't hold weight to me. Like, you haven't experienced it, you haven't held a relationship, so you don't get to like make statement like divorces should. I really don't like the red pill. As much as I don't like feminism, there's some positives that I have for feminism, especially the old feminism, not the modern one. But with red pill, it's just so hard to like them. It really is. Anyway, guys, let me know what you think in the comments below. Guys, I appreciate you watching my videos. What do you think about my thoughts on Pearl? Let me know what you think in the comments below. What do you think about the statement she made about divorce? What do you think about the statement, you know, rightly so, the one I agree with, which is about the vows? Let me know what you think in the comments below about my commentary. Help me get to that 1,000 subscriber mark. Like, comment, share, all that good stuff. I'll see you on the next one.
My daughter thinks that you are so cute.
Oh. She sunk it under the. She went under the table. That's too funny. Why you do her like that, Dad? With a dad like this, yeah, you're gonna be married quickly. He's gonna help you. Guys, remember to leave a like, comment, and subscribe to my channel.
Being pretty was so much better than being educated or listening to your mom, right? Yes, this is what happens when you don't listen to your mom. Do you feel like I abused you? No. Do you feel like this form of discipline was a lot better than any other form of...
Don't. Oh, no. What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. Before I get into today's video, guys, I know you're watching my videos. I appreciate it. Please share the video so that I can gain more audiences. I'd really love to break that 1,000 subscriber mark this year, and I can't do it without you guys. So please share the video, share it on your WhatsApp, share it on your Facebook and all your other social medias. I'd really appreciate it. Hit that subscribe button. Help me get to that 1,000 subscriber mark. Let's check out today's video.
Come here, you're gonna learn today, girl. No physical discipline. Mom. Don't mom me. No. You had your warning. You had your chance.
Oh, damn.
I told you to listen. I told you stop disobeying my rules. I told you being cute ain't if you have no education.
Damn.
I told you stop disobeying me. I told you to listen and do as you're supposed to. I told you to do good in school. I told you to do your daily routine.
It's the fact that she's just standing there.
Do any of it. And
most kids would have run.
Me today, and I was not coming to cut this hair off. You're sadly
mistaken. That's crazy.
You thought being pretty was so much better than being educated or listening to your mom, right? Yes, this is what happens when you don't listen to your mom. Do you feel like I abused you? No. Do you feel like this
form of discipline was a
Oh,
lot
don't
better
do
than any other
that.
form of...
Don't. Oh, no. See, guys, I was fine with it up until now. I was actually fine with it. Look, my main issue is stop recording everything. That's my main issue. But I was fine with it up until this one. Why are you sitting the child down? So I'm guessing she's been criticized. And now you're making the child sit down and be like, you better say what I want you to say. Oh, this is the part I don't like. I'm already triggered.
Do you feel like this form of discipline was a lot better than any other form of discipline, like physical abuse that I could have used?
I'm triggered.
Yeah. You know I love you, right?
Yeah.
You know I got your back, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm doing right now is to make you a better person, right?
Yeah.
How many times have I spoken to you about this?
Look at the way the girl is looking at the camera. Like, I'm forced to say what I'm saying. Don't do this to your kids, guys. Come on. Come on.
A lot of times.
How many times have your teachers called me?
Multiple times.
How many times have you not handed in homework?
A few times.
Funny that you guys all took it upon yourself over thousands of people.
I knew it.
Pick up the phone and call the police on me.
Oh.
And they didn't come because they know about my kid. And just because you won't do what you have to make sure that your kid is saved and protected doesn't mean that I won't.
I don't like parents like this. I don't. Don't video it then. Why are you videoing it? Oh, this is ridiculous. Here's the thing, guys. What she did was fine. Let me explain myself. One of the things that we fail to do as parents, modern parents, is when we say we're going to do something, we don't do it. If you say to your child, if you don't do this, if you don't maybe get good grades or whatever, then you lose a certain privilege. And when the time comes, the child doesn't do their part of the bargain, you still let them continue with the privilege. That in itself sends a wrong message to the child. So what she did there, I don't think there's any problem with it. There wasn't any abuse going on. I don't think that was abuse. I do think the step she took is quite excessive. But the reason why I'm not blown away is because when I was growing up, these are the type of steps that we, I guess, endured, especially our girls. Like, girls, you weren't allowed to be pretty. Like, you were not supposed to focus on boys, allowed to focus on certain things until a certain age. So your hair is gone. What I have a problem with, guys, is the televised. The fact that you have to put it on the internet. And here's the thing about the internet. People are gonna have opinion. People didn't grow up the way you grew up. So they're gonna feel uncomfortable with certain things that you do. And then on top of that, people criticize you on the internet because you put it there. And then now you want to come and be defending yourself by forcing the child that second video. It just looks so stupid. It's obvious you're forcing the child to say what she's saying. It's obvious. That in itself is what makes me really like upset. I'm triggered. I'm triggered. Look, young Christian, you don't have to video everything. Like, you're disciplining your child in your house and then you put it on video. Like, her friends are gonna see this. Her circle are gonna see this. And I saw her freeze. Like, you saw her in the first video. She froze and then she looked at the camera realizing that they were recording. Maybe they were live streaming. It's possible that it's a live stream. Oh, I'm so triggered. I'm actually so triggered. Why are you videoing it? Why are you videoing it? It doesn't make sense. I hate that kind of parenting. Young Christians, look, it is your duty to raise your child in the way of the Lord, right? And it does mean that you need to be present, you need to praise, you need to love them, but also you need to add discipline. If you're giving them a certain lifestyle, let them know that this lifestyle, you work hard for it, which means they need to learn to work hard. And if they don't work hard, you remove the privileges. Once they do well, give them back those privileges. I've taken away, I don't let my kids have devices and mobile phones, but we have other things that we play with, like PlayStation and things like that. If I notice the PlayStation is a distraction to you, that thing's gone. It is what it is. I don't know, guys. This one really triggered me. Stop videoing everything. Guys, let me know what you think in the comments below. I appreciate you guys watching my video. Guys, remember to please like the video, share the videos with your friend. It would really help me to grow the channel. I appreciate you guys watching my video. And remember to hit that subscribe button. I'll see you guys in the next one.
Do you know what means something?
What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. Before we go into the video for today, remember to hit that subscribe button. Help me to get to that 1,000 subscriber mark. I'm trying to become a YouTube partner, so I really appreciate your sub today. Let's check out today's video.
One of the best pieces of advice I've ever read about relationships is this. A man calling you baby means nothing. A man moving into your house means nothing. A man calling you his girlfriend means nothing. A man marrying you means nothing. Do you know what means something? What? A man changing his ways to keep you. That's what means something.
What? She said a man marrying you means nothing, but changing his ways? What is going on TikTok? What's happening on TikTok? Like, marriage is the ultimate act of love. Well, I wouldn't say act of love, but it's the ultimate, like, yeah, it's the ultimate act of love a man can give you, apart from dying for you. Yeah, so I'm going to stick to that. Marriage is the ultimate act of love that a man can give to a woman. It's a promise and a vow to make you the one and only in his life, meaning he's willing to die for you. This may have been perversed over time, which probably is the reason why we have women who no longer take it as seriously as it should be. But just because it's been perversed by so many people doesn't mean the institution itself no longer stands. It stands. In fact, in closed communities more than ever, marriage is being upheld. Maybe in the Western world, it's a bit loose. In the Western world, people are no longer holding or having respect for it. But I can assure you, in other parts of the world and in closed communities, in Christian communities and other communities, it is still held in utmost regard. So to hear somebody on TikTok just say, oh, marriage. Marriage means nothing. All right. But then again, isn't this what we're talking about in this channel? Because we're talking about divorce, we're talking about relationship, we're talking about dating, and we're talking about how marriage in itself has been trivialized because of divorce and all these other feminism movement, manosphere movement, red pill movement. So really and truly, what she's saying is the reflection of the time that we're living, because marriage has become so perverse that it means nothing to people now in this day and age. So I guess in a way she's right, but also in a way she's not right. But yeah, for me, young Christian, marriage is the ultimate act of love, which is why it is said that men take their time to do it. It's the ones that want to get married, that is, and when they get hurt, it hurts. Like, it hurts. A woman can easily get remarried. It's easy for a woman to remarry, even if she's, for a man remarrying, having to recreate or remake that commitment to someone having been stabbed before, it's the hardest thing ever. If you can get a man to go on his knees and ask you to marry him and also get married to him, that is the ultimate love that he can offer you, because it's a promise that he'll take a bullet for you. It's a promise that he will basically give his life for you. Everything he does is going to be for you. So try to find a man who takes that vow seriously, and as a result, you will have a successful marriage. If you get a man who thinks like this, in fact, men, if you get a woman that thinks like this, just know that you're going to be in trouble. And women, if you get a man who thinks like this, who doesn't think marriage is important, just know you're going to be in trouble. I know a lot of people, guys, like even right now, like the woman convinced herself that marriage is just an institution, it's a construct, it's not important, it's a way to enslave people and blah, 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 blah. She convinced herself of that and got herself a guy. You know, they've been together for years. When I say years, I'm talking like 15, 20 plus years. There's no security, and as a result, he's not bound to her in any way. There's no commitment to her in any way, and anytime they have issues, they can both like use it against each other. They have no security in each other. They can both say, I'm leaving, and nothing can stop them. The man can cheat if he wants to, nothing can stop it. Like, there's nothing in between the two of them. And there's been many stories where 15, 20 years, the woman just leaves. You're not married to me. Or the man just leaves. You're not married to me. That's just how life goes. So marriage, it has a level of responsibility attached to it. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. What do you guys think of videos like this? Do you have friends who think this way? Do you have colleagues who think this way? Do you think there are people around you who believe marriage is no longer an important aspect of society, and they would be willing to just link up with a guy and just stay with him without any commitment of that sort? And also, what are you thinking? Would you see marriage as important? If you don't, why? Let me know in the comments below. Before I go, I have a reaction channel. I react to trailers, movies, gaming, and all of the shenanigans over there. Please give me a like, comment, and subscribe on that channel. And I also have a channel with my children. Please go over there, give me a like, comment, and subscribe to our channel over there. I appreciate you guys watching my video. I'll see you on the next one. What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. Guys, I appreciate you guys watching my video. Please remember to leave me a like, comment, and sub. If you're on YouTube, give me a follow. If you're on Twitch, give me a follow. If you're on TikTok, and give me a follow if you're on Instagram and Facebook. Let's check out today's video.
So some of you are raising bedroom children, and some of you are raising living room children. Okay. And I bet you don't even know the difference.
I don't. What does that
mean? See, some of us are raising living room children. They come into the house, they put their stuff down, then they come straight into the living room and they're busting joke, they got questions, they're talking to us about their day. They're completely in and amongst us. They can even disagree, spill something, and they feel safe doing it. Okay. And then there's some kids who are going into their room, locking away their feelings, their thoughts, and staying there until they have to come out, or you come in to get them. And it's not because they're bad children, and it's not necessarily because you're not a good parent. It's actually just that they've discovered that it's safer in their rooms than it is in the main house. And that's something that only us as parents, we can understand and do something about. Bedroom children are experts in silence. They really put our emotions before their own. So they will come into the room and they will ask permission.
This is good stuff.
Can I come and talk to you? Do you have time for me? Now, many people will think that's common courtesy, but actually it's a barrier that has been created, and children will stick to it to navigate you. Most importantly, and most sadly,
I agree with
most of those children just don't speak at all. And living room kids, they try stuff, they jump over stuff, they play with stuff, they get involved in stuff, and they're really not afraid to fail. Not just physically, but emotionally. And that's called psychological safety. Not being soft, but actually a place where they get to be,
they can be
safe. Feel safe,
I agree
grow, and they're nurtured. Invite them into you, invite them into your day, invite them into your feelings, invite them into the space. Bring them out their room and make the home a place
this is a good one.
All.
As he was talking, it reminded me of my childhood. So, guys, I grew up in Africa, and a lot of times with our parents back in the day, they were very secluded. They were very closed off. Like, children were meant to be heard, not seen. That's literally how I grew up. So we never grew up with our parents in the living room. You never sat in the living room when your parents were in the living room. You never even sat in the room if your parents had visitors. It was not a free atmosphere. And at the time, it was more about being strict and making sure that the children know their place. Children don't talk back, they don't do this, they don't do that. Whenever you're summoned, you put your hand behind you, and you only speak when spoken to. Those were the olden days way of raising children. And what he's saying about them going to their room, this is how we were. When we came home from school, did our chores, and we go to our room. And you only come out when you've been called to come and do something. That's actually spot on. That's literally how I grew up. Obviously, this is not how I've done things with my kids. My kids are always in the living room. They're playing PlayStation with me. They're watching anime with me. I'm inducting them into all the stuff that I watched when I was a kid. So it really is a massive contrast between how I grew up and how my kids are growing up now. And to be fair, a lot of my parenting is due to how I grew up, because I didn't want the way I grew up to be how my children grew up. I'm literally going completely against the grain, completely opposite. It's not to say the people who raised us did a bad job. They did a great job, don't get it twisted, but it wasn't effective when it comes to the emotional side of things. So we grew up strict, we grew up hard, we grew up tough. Like, we were ready for the world, and there's nothing the world could do to us that could emotionally affect us. But what that meant was that we locked away emotion. Like he said, you don't know your parents. You just know them as mommy and daddy. You don't know anything about them. You don't know their nicknames. You don't know who they were, what they used to do. You don't even know whether they were ever children like you. So yeah, that's the part that was missing. We were locked away from the emotional side of our parents. And as young people, guys, you know, we have a lot of young people who are parents now. Learn to get that emotional side of things from your children. Yes, be strong. Yes, raise them well. Don't, you know, let them get away with nonsense, but also make sure while you're doing that, just like God does to us, you know, he chastises us, but he brings us close to himself. I really, really like this video. Shout out to, it says Dope Black Lad, so I'm not sure if that's his real name, but shout out to this person. This was a really good video. Anyway, guys, let me know what you think in the comments below. Leave me a like, comment, and sub. Guys, I'll see you on my next one.
Do you guys want to be married?
Yeah, absolutely.
You want to be married one day?
Yeah, why wouldn't I? Yeah, and kids.
And
I want to get kids.
What do you see in mommy and dad's marriage that makes you think, I want to have that in my marriage?
Okay.
Helping each other out, taking care of one another, like how Dada always like does things for you, like makes your breakfast and do all that stuff. Like I want to do that for my wife.
That's lovely.
That's so great. You know, a lot of husbands don't do that. Like, they don't cook for the wife, they don't clean for the wife. They think that's a woman's job. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I've seen some.
The girl said no.
Not right at all.
Yeah.
I don't know what they are thinking. Lord help them.
Men should be the ones serving their wife and protecting her.
Finding ways to provide for your family, making sure that everyone has everything they need, like food and clothes and all that stuff.
What does a good husband look like? How did you see that?
He'll say his
I think
dad.
a ideal husband is like taking care of your wife and like loving her with all your heart.
A good, strong
That's lovely.
You think we have a good, strong bond?
Absolutely.
Yeah? What else do you think we have?
Like whenever you got out of the shower, he'll lay out your clothes for you.
And warm my towel up?
Warm your towel.
Are you guys going to do that?
Yes, I am.
So when your wife gets out of the shower, you're going to make sure her clothes are laid out for her and treat her like a queen, right?
Yes.
Because I'm your queen right now, but soon another woman will take my spot, and that's how it's supposed to be. And you have to treat her like the queen of the world.
I don't want to leave you.
Oh,
yeah, honey, but that's the
that.
point. This is why we are preparing you guys to be the best husbands possible, because you guys are going to choose my daughter-in-laws. You realize that? Like, you're going to choose your wife.
Oh my God, I thought the other one was a girl.
No, it's a boy. All these years since you guys were babies, it's a big responsibility for me to raise you guys up, to know what it really looks like to have a good marriage, you know?
Yeah.
It's so adorable. Oh my gosh.
Okay, I have thoughts. So first of all, that video is nice because one of the things we're dealing with these days is people having a negative perception of marriage. And where does that negative perception of marriage come from? Their parents, right? They had parents that either never got married or got married and the marriage was terrible, the house was a nightmare, they were always arguing, or they divorced. Like, the perspective of marriage that young people have comes from their parents. When parents don't do well in marriage, no matter how you slice it, it's gonna affect your children. It is what it is. Young people don't care about the semantics. They don't care about the details. They don't care about who said what, when, why. They don't care about that. In their brain, your mom, your dad, and it should work. The wonderful thing about this video is that the woman is talking to her sons and she's getting their perspective of marriage, which we should be doing. You should be asking your children from time to time, how are you feeling in this home? How are you feeling in our marriage? How do you see your mom and dad? How do you see the way we communicate? And let them honestly answer you. Let them give you opinions, because sometimes you just don't know. You just don't know what your children are thinking. And if your children are like 6, 7, 8 years plus, they've got opinions. They do. In fact, they've got opinions earlier than that. But, you know, it's going to be very, very tunnel vision based on the way their mind works. But once they can put some sentence together, they've seen the world, they've been to school, they've seen other parents, they've got opinions. So I love this part of the video. The part that I'm a little bit shaky on, right, is the part where the woman was saying, oh, dad buying my clothes and dad does this, dad does this, dad does this. As nice as that sounds, the possibility of especially women finding men who do those type of things is quite slim. Now, let me tell you guys, with me, I came into my marriage loving chores. Like, I grew up chores galore. Like, I was trained, not just trained, but it was almost like slavery type thing. Like we were absolutely drowned in chores. So I grew up to a point where I enjoyed chores as long as I had music. So if I had music in my ears, especially from the days of Walkman, once I discovered Walkman, I became a hard worker. As long as you don't disturb me and I got my ears blocked with some music, I'm good. So, and as a result, you know, God bless me with a wife, but my wife did not like chores. She hated chores, but she loves to cook. So we ended up being like the perfect duo. But reality is, not a lot of men like doing chores. A lot of men will go to work, they will do whatever it is that they need to do to support the family, make the money. But when it comes to chores, it's not gonna work. And what you should be doing is letting your children know about whether or not the person loves you, right? Which is very important because you don't know the type of skills that man or woman is gonna come with, because not everyone is the same. Like, we have to understand that. Not everyone is the same. If you write someone off because they're not doing chores or they're not going to help out in the house, you miss the bigger picture. There's a lot more to it than just that. And I know this is one of those tunnel vision discussion based on several marriages that have broken down in recent times. And people are like, oh, the woman is doing everything. The woman's doing everything. There is a tunnel vision to this that causes women to overlook important things. And there's ways to sort this out that doesn't require, oh, the man has to do this, the man has to do this. It's all about whether or not you love each other. And it's love that pushes a man to learn how to, right? If a woman says, look, I'm really tired and I need you to help me with this, it is love that will make him do it. Not because you say, if he don't do this, then he can't. No. That's not, look guys, no matter how much you want to push it away to the side of your mind, men and women are different. It is what it is. We are different. You're not going to get us doing the same things. Just based on how we are built, what we do, whatever, men and women have different interests. They have different likes, you know, different dislikes. They're capable of different things. So you're not going to get men and women coming together to do the same thing. You will still have to have a level of, this is what mom does, this is what dad does. But dad helps out with this, helps out, and mom helps out with this. But you're never going to be like, dad is always going to be doing this or dad's going to be doing this. Like, it's not, you know. Anyway, I hope you guys get what I'm trying to say. I did find that part of the video odd, and I think that it kind of puts people into a certain box that you don't want to be in, because what you end up doing is your daughters ask a couple questions to a guy and then he says, oh, he doesn't know how to do ironing. Which can happen, guys. And then the girl just goes, oh, he doesn't iron, so he's never going to iron my clothes, so I'm not going to go with him. It is what it is. I hope you guys get what I'm saying. But yeah, I thought this video was really nice. I like that conversation she's having with the kids. I think we should be having those type of conversation with our kids, so that the children give you an opinion of how are you doing in your marriage. Like, when your children are in the house, do they feel okay? Do they feel happy? Do they feel like their parents are doing a good job? You need them to give you that opinion. Do it over a movie, do it over like a dinner, and just ask them, how do you think dad treats mom? How do you think mom treats dad? How, you know, would you like to get married one day? You know, just ask those type of questions. I think they're quite relevant. Anyway, guys, let me know what you think in the comments below. I appreciate you guys watching my video. I'll see you in the next one.
I was dating Elaine and about trying to date about 5 or 6 other females at the same time. And then one day Elaine dumped me.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. Appreciate you guys watching my video. Please leave a like, comment, and sub. Let's check out today's video.
Question is for the men.
Okay.
We always hear this thing, you know, women be waiting 5, 10, 3, 7, 25 years for somebody to marry them. And then we hear men say, I knew it from the first day I laid eyes on her.
That is true.
One, do you know it from the first time, or
you do
really soon after that you met
or
this
really
person,
soon
that
after?
This is the one for you. Are we waiting too long? Because does a man really know? And what was it about your wife that just made you say, this is it for me?
I'll hop in and start. So I think every man is different, right?
True.
I think every man has an agenda. I think it takes a level of maturity for a man to tell you the truth, right?
Okay.
And so for me, I was very immature at the time when I met Elaine, and I was doing my thing. So I had an agenda. And what I realized is that the most attractive thing that a woman can do is own her magnificence and her beauty and everything that she's worth, right?
Okay.
And when a woman understands her worth, I just find that so attractive. And what happened was I was dating Elaine and about trying to date about 5 or 6 other females at the same time. And then one day Elaine dumped me. And she was just like, you know what? I said, you're not going to dump me because I'm Daryl. You can't dump me.
I'm the guy. I'm the man.
I swore she was going to call me back the next day. I was like, she be all right. She'll get over it tomorrow. She'll give me a call. And then when I realized she wouldn't call me back, I was like, wait a minute. She really not going to call the kid. Like,
my block game's strong, y'all.
So I ended up calling her and I was like, yo, you really not going to do this with me? She's like, no, I need you to understand. Like, I know where you're at, but I know my worth. I know what I'm capable of, and I'm looking for a king. And so, like, if you want to have your agenda, go have your agenda. But I know my worth. So when the king comes and find me, don't be upset. Yo, I lied to you not. I called everybody in the black book and was like, look, it's over.
We're done.
I cut off every last woman I was dealing with. I called Elaine back and I was like, yo, you made me man up. You made me mature, and you made me a better man and made me realize I'm about to miss out on a queen. And so again, like women, if you're out there, like, know your worth. If you know you're a queen, don't deal with no nonsense. The king will come. You know, when you operate like a queen, the king will come, guaranteed.
Okay.
And so I'm grateful that my queen chose me because I almost lost her.
So guys, for me personally, if you knew that the guy is dating 5, 6 people, that is a red flag for me. Like the question they asked at the beginning, do you know from the start, or at least shortly after you start dating? That's 100% yes. If a guy doesn't know after, I don't know, dating you for like a couple of months that he wants to be with you, and you continue, and I don't want to make a blanket statement because I'm sure, like he said, men are different. But I think especially from my experience, I knew that I wanted my lady from the get-go. And most men already know the type of girl that they want. Unless they're on a flex of casual dating, for me, it is a red flag. If you're a girl and the guy you're dating is dating 5 different girls while they're dating you, what are you doing? What are you doing? And this, for me, this is the type of relationship that tends to rear its ugly head later on. Like 5 years into your relationship, he's cheating. That's what I think. This is the kind of relationship that rears its ugly head. And I love what she did. I love what she did, because then she could have just been part of the roster. But I love that she was like, listen, we're not doing this. And it's amazing that she still ended up with him and made him give up all the stuff. But I just can't help but think that if this is how he was moving, sure, you know, it's not everybody. It's not everybody. But from my perspective, it just looks like the stuff of future cheating. Because I'm sure he's not only dating them, but he's bedding them, and I don't know. But from what was said here, guys, ladies, look, and we have a lot of Christians who keep doing this nonsense. You're supposed to be dating, but you're having sex. Like, what are you doing? Here's the thing. Once a guy has had sex with you, there's nothing else. This is the reason why the guy needs to put a ring on it. He needs to show that you're very important to him. He needs to show that he's willing to give his life for you. But if all he's there to do is to bed you, once he's bedded you, that's it. And men don't find women who are easy to sleep with attractive. They don't, because one of the number one thing that makes a man's blood boil is the chase. The chase is meant to culminate in that man marrying you. That's meant to be the conclusion of the chase. But now, you know, Christians are just getting into relationships, sleep with him, and then he breaks up with her and they're wondering why and they're crying, and then go to the next one, sleep with the guy. It is what it is. Unfortunately, it is what it is. It can't be any clearer in the Bible. Don't have sex before marriage, but it's still happening. I can probably guarantee that the 5 people he was sleeping with, and maybe he was sleeping with her as well, who knows? For me, that's just a red flag. And I love the message, but for me, I would be like, no, let's not be doing that. Anyway, let me know what you guys think in the comments below. What did you think of the video? I know it was a wholesome video, but do you agree with what I'm saying, that it's a red flag that he's dating 5 women at the same time as her? And I wouldn't, you shouldn't go with him, because it's probably a precursor to what can happen later on. Or do you think I'm overreacting? Let me know in the comments below. Guys, I'll see you on the next one. Oh yeah.
On a napkin with my phone number, and I threw
it
well
done, girl.
Table.
That's what you call dropping the handkerchief.
I thought he's a really attractive man, so I went for it.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. Guys, thank you for watching my video today. I really appreciate it. Please remember to leave a like, comment, and subscribe to my channel. Help me get to that 1,000 subscriber mark. I'd really appreciate your sub today. Let's check out today's video.
Excuse me, sorry, are you two a couple by any chance?
Yeah.
Would you tell us the quick story of how you first met?
Sorry?
The story of how you first met.
In that cafe, yeah.
That lady reminds me of someone.
4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I come from a disco, from a club with other people. You've just been for a sauna, haven't you? And
sauna, yeah.
You've been out running.
Oh yeah.
A note on a napkin with my phone number, and I threw it
well done, girl.
Table.
That's what you call dropping the handkerchief.
I thought he's a really attractive man, so I went for it, and
I did ring you, didn't I?
Eventually, yeah, he rang me all right, and we've been married for 38 years.
38 years in, what's your favourite thing about her?
Oh, she's everything. She's my
I love that.
Friend, my heartbeat, my soulmate.
That's lovely.
She's everything to me.
What about you?
Oh.
He's strong.
Oh.
And he's a good man. And you can't get better than that.
I love that. Just those 2 qualities.
What's your advice to a couple who's just starting out?
Be kind to each other.
Yes.
And love each other. Then it's fine. Whatever happens, you can manage it.
And what are you most excited for in the future?
Oh, staying alive. I'm 72 now. I want at least 82.
That's
I want
lovely.
at least another 10 years.
And what are your names?
Maggie.
Maggie and Tony.
That was lovely, guys. The one thing I can say from this video is that the thing that she did is one of the things that's missing in this day and age. I mean, I know people do it, but it's on a wider scale, it's kind of reduced a lot. It was just a thing that ladies used to do back then. It's called dropping the handkerchiefs. The girl likes a guy. The girl doesn't go up to the guy to say, hey, I like you. She just drops her handkerchief or pretends to drop something, which initiates the chivalry from the man to go pick up that thing and say, hey miss, you dropped your handkerchief, and then that ignites a conversation. We're not doing that anymore. Like, in fact, everything is online now, online dating, all that stuff. So obviously we're gonna lose that face-to-face aspect of dating. But even when there is face-to-face, even when young people are gathered together, that art is lost on them because it just wasn't passed down, I guess. I don't know. That aspect of dating is very, very important. There's a lot of things that's in the way at the moment. One being the Me Too movement, all men are creeps, like all that stuff, feminism, red pill, all that stuff is in the way, making things a lot more challenging. But this is one of the most important weapons a woman has. Obviously, in this day and age, women go up to guys and they say, I like you, and do the initiating. Majority of women don't want to do that because majority of women, no matter how much, you know, we scream feminism and all of that, want things done the way it was meant to be done, which is that the man chases the woman plays hard to get, and he goes until he secures her. No matter what people say with their mouths, the dating market shows that women want to be pursued. The only other thing that I love about this video is the fact that they met and they've been together for 38 years. That's amazing. Like, guys, I was talking about this in another one of my videos before, which was that I just couldn't find videos of people who have been married for a long time. And I believe I showed a couple, a black couple, who, you know, were still very much in love. He's cooking for her and he's talking to her, and it was just so heartwarming. This is yet another one, which is amazing. It really makes me feel so good, because this is one of the reasons why this channel exists, to kind of show young people that, look, no matter what you're hearing in the media, on the internet, this thing can still happen for you if you just make sure you don't bring in all these trauma and all these ideologies, all this feminism, and for the boys, the red pill crap. You can find somebody and you can settle down with them and live a life together. And isn't it amazing that the advice that this lady and this man gave was literally just two things? They said be kind to each other, and what was the other one? There was just literally two things that they advised. Obviously the lady said there was just two things that she loved about him, and that was literally everything she wanted. She said he was strong and he's kind, or he's a good man. And then their advice was that you just need to be kind to each other, and regardless of what happens, regardless of what comes your way, you will be able to manage it. Which means they're acknowledging that relationship is difficult. They're acknowledging that there will be hardship in front of you. There will be issues that you would need to face. Life is gonna life, right? But if you're kind to each other, like the words that you speak to each other when you're upset, when you're angry, and when you're managing situations are very important. If you asked a red pill person what kind of advice you would give to somebody who is trying to get into a relationship, they're going to tell you, make sure you get your 6'6" this. They've got like 101 list of unreasonable requests. And people who have been married for 38 years just basically said, be kind to each other. I can vouch for this, because the reason why I've been married for so long, like, we had our rocky years at the beginning where we were trying to form, and one of the most important things in that time was the words that we spoke to each other. Marriage can get ugly. People can say things that they're not supposed to say. I remember we had times where I would get so upset because of certain words that were spoken, right? And I'm like, you can't say that because of who we are to each other. You must get that word or that dialogue out of your mouth because of who we are to each other. So it is very important, and the more you're able to understand that it's important to be kind, because a lot of people get hardship now in relationship, and it's a free ticket to say anything you want to say to your partner. It's a free ticket to just list from the top to bottom and just destroy them, forgetting that the reason why you're with this person is because you love them, it's because you like them. There were things about this person that you love, but whenever you get to a hard time, whenever he does something you don't like, whenever she does something you don't like, it's like a free ticket to just word vomit. That is one of the most important things that can either make or break your marriages. The words that come out of your mouth. Yes, there's going to be hardship. I guarantee it. You are going to do something that your spouse doesn't like, and your spouse is going to do something that you don't like. That is just life. You're two different people. But when those things happen, how do you move forward? How do you communicate? How do you talk to each other? And I really agree with this lady and this man. If you can master your words, you can face anything. If you can master your mood. Some people are very good at masking their words, but they go into silent treatment mode. I've done this as well. This is something that I've done in my marriage, and my wife has done the same. That does not mean just because you're watching your words that your silent treatment is better. It's in some cases it's even worse, especially if it's the man that's doing it to the woman, because the woman's mind is so much more complex, and it can lead her to think things that she never would have thought in a million years because you've left her. Like, as a man, there's something about our covering of our ladies. As a Christian man, I believe this very much. There's something about it. If you leave your wife just to leave her away from you, she gets to form anything that she wants to form, and in many cases their minds wander. Like they think things that was never even on the table. I say all of that to say, young person, this is literally the only true advice you need. If you find somebody that you like, remember you like them for a reason. They made you feel something. They made you feel safe. They made you feel like you could spend the rest of your life with them. If you find someone like that, understanding that this person is on your side, I used to always say it to my wife, understanding that this person is on your side. This person is in love with you. This person loves to watch you smile. Whenever something goes wrong, the way you speak, your attitude, your behavior, your body language, all those things are one of the most important things that you need to look out for. And if you can master that, you're going to have a wonderful marriage. It's going to have some hard times, but you two will always be on the same page. Anyway, guys, let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Please leave a like, comment, and sub on the video. I really appreciate you guys watching my video. Let me know, do you agree with me? Do you agree with what I'm saying? Do you agree with the video? Do you disagree? Let me know in the comments below. I really appreciate you guys. I'll see you on the next one.